Hello everyone, this is Yesha, and in today's video I am going to discuss the strategies that can be used to solve the table completion task of IELTS listening module and get the answers quickly. So without wasting any time, let's get into the task and solve it together. So the first thing that we should notice is the example task. If you see, this particular table actually gives you the idea what type of question task it is going to be. So this is called as table completion task. The table completion task requires you to get the answers of different data. So this can be said that this particular task comprises of varied rows and columns with categorized data. This question task can be expected in any section. Now, if you look into the question, it has different things to be noticed. The first thing is instruction. From the instruction, you can understand that this particular question is in which section. Here in this example, it clearly states that it is going to be in the section 4 and the questions are 33 to 37. The word limit is very clearly mentioned as the answers should be in one word only. So every answer should be in one word. If you exceed the limit, then definitely you would be losing marks. So you need to write the answer only in one word. The next thing is the table actually contains 4 columns and 4 rows. Here it is very important to notice the headings of the columns. Let us just learn the strategies to solve this particular question task. Number 1. Read the instructions and the questions carefully. Number 2. Read the headings of the rows and columns to predict the answers. Number 3. Pay attention to units and abbreviations. Number 4. Note that answers follow the chronological order. Number 5. Check the spellings. Now, it is the time that we practice the example question that we discussed earlier. So here, let me just repeat the instructions again. The first step is to read the instructions. The instruction says that you need to write the answers in one word only. So any answer from 33 to 37 will contain only one word. Next step is to read the headings of the columns and the rows if there are. The headings are social and environmental factors, other factors, and personal characteristics. Now, we do not have to go to the headings of the rows because they are just talking about the levels. So the levels are the first level, second level, and the third level. When we go into the questions, talking about social and environmental factors, it definitely would talk about meeting one another or meeting different people. So that is called as social factors, and environmental factors is the other external factors. Other factors actually can talk about different family problems, or it can talk about problems with studies, or it can talk about problems with students or friends, anything. Next is personal characteristics, which can talk about personal things, that is abilities or the disabilities, likes or dislikes. So here, after understanding the headings, the next part is to listen to the audio.
Learner persistence under 3 main headings: social and environmental factors, other factors, and intrinsic or personal characteristics. I identified 3 levels of importance for each of these. At the first level, those points identified by participants as most important in learner persistence. For social factors, many respondents said how crucial it had been to have good support. Though there was no one specific source, it could be family or friends. As regards other factors, students are heartened not so much by high grades, but by what they regard as success in study. And for personal characteristics, many respondents reported that they took pleasure in challenge, and that this was regarded as very significant. At the second level of importance, in the first category, a sizable percentage talked about the fact that they had enjoyed themselves in school as an important social factor. In the second column, other factors, a number of people said that what was of most importance was decent health. This had a fairly strong influence on their persistence in their studies. And then, under the heading of personal characteristics, there were quite a large percentage of respondents who mentioned they felt it was important to have lots of interests in their everyday lives. This gave them a depth and sense of perspective, which less persistent learners might lack. And then, on to the third level. Under social factors, several respondents talked about good relationships with their tutors. For other factors, they mentioned lack or absence of any problems in their families. And finally, under column 3, they identified an ability to juggle several roles, what we might call their capacity for multitasking.
Now let's just look into the answers. The first answer says challenge. That is the personal characteristics which talks about enjoyment of a challenge. So here they described about the first level of importance, which included the personal characteristic as enjoying or getting an enjoyment when we are challenged or when the person is challenged. So the answer is challenge. Next is positive experiences at school. So this talks about the other external factors, and that is why the first thing is school. Next is the other factors talk about health. So good health. And the personal character in relation to the second level of importance is interest in daily life. So many interests in daily life. The third level of importance talks about good interaction with the tutors. So here you need to make some connection between school and the tutors. Next is there are no family problems, so other factors do not include any family problems. This was really quick and easy, and hoping that you must have understood the first lesson. Hello everyone, this is Yesha with IELTSmaterial.com presenting to you a new question task, or I would say another question task, which is IELTS Listening Note Completion task. In this video, we will be learning the strategies to solve this question task and also completing a question task together. So without wasting any time further, let's get started. So what is the definition of note completion? This is a gap filling activity with a number of bulleted points depending upon a topic, and these bulleted points consist of question blanks. This can be expected in any section, and the difficulty level rises or it depends on the section where it is presented. Let's get into the other things to be noted. So we can see a sample question task here which says the instructions, that is complete the notes below. So whenever there is this instruction clearly stating that we need to complete the notes, then that means the question task is note completion task. The word limit that is given is no more than 3 words. This says you can write the answer in 1 word or 2 words or 3 words, but you are not allowed to exceed the number of words that is more than 3 words. If you do that, you would definitely lose your band score. You can also see that there is a heading given which says giving a speech. Then this particular task or the questions would depend on this heading or the topic, or it would be majorly talking about giving a speech. After getting into the instructions and learning about the word limit, let's get into the blanks. You can see that there are bulleted points, and these bulleted points contain the question blanks. The questions are 31, 32, 33 and 34. You can also see that there are subheadings given. For example, the first subheading is reasons for nervousness, and the second subheading is how to prepare a quality speech. Let's get into the strategies of solving note completion task. The strategies are: number 1, read the instructions and questions carefully. Number 2, predict the topic from the main heading. Number 3, pay attention to words before and after the blanks. Number 4, beware of exact words. The notes are paraphrased. Number 5, note that answers follow the chronological order. And finally, number 6, check the spellings. Now that we have understood the steps To attend this particular question task, let's listen to the audio and get the answers quickly. You have to write the answers in the comment section below and I would be replying to your answers.
Good morning. Today I am going to cover the daunting task of giving a quality speech, a thought that makes most of us cringe. In fact, 90% of all people feel nervous about public speaking, about 10% of whom are described as genuinely terrified. Hopefully, when we are finished here today, you all will be in the 10% of the population who do not feel nervous at all. Did you know that lecturers tend to get more nervous if the speech they are giving is an important one? It makes sense, right? You probably wouldn't be nearly as nervous to address your residence hall about the proper use of the recycle and compost bins as you might be if you were asked to give the graduation speech to your entire 5,000 student class. So what is it that makes some people completely comfortable in front of crowds? Some people think that the ability to give a good speech is a gift that others are simply born with. This is almost never the case. Public speaking can be learned with practice. The first most important thing you can do to improve your confidence in delivering a speech is to prepare a quality speech. Honestly, while the content of your speech is relatively important, the audience will really only remember the last sentence you say. It is a good idea to structure the rest of your speech to lead up to this last point to really drive your message home. This is a good way to ensure that your speech is well organized.
If you look at the question task, the speaker clearly mentioned about giving a speech. The speaker introduced the topic with a few sentences and then the speaker clearly said that she would be discussing about the reasons for nervousness. She mentioned about the reason of the lecturers first, why they often feel nervous, because they know that the speech is going to be very important. But here we do not have to write very important as it doesn't require the word very to be written here, and that is why we are writing the answer here as important. The second one, 32nd, actually says they clearly mention about the ability to make a good public speaking. So it is either a gift, that is, it is either a born gift by birth or it is a skill that can be learned by anyone. So they mention both the activities and here the answer is a gift. When we come to the subheading, that is the second subheading, how to prepare a quality speech, they clearly said that the audience, they do not remember anything or they do not tend to remember anything from the complete speech, but they definitely remember the last sentence of the speech. And that's why the last sentence or the closing statement is always important and should be more preferred to be a different one so that people remember the last sentence of the speech. And then when we come to the last question, that is 34, the answer is well organized, where the speaker clearly said that whatever may be the speech or whatever may be the attitude, the speaker should always keep in mind that his or her speech should be well organized. And that is why the answer is well organized, which says ensure that your speech is well organized. So this was a very quick and interesting question task which can help you in getting complete, that is full marks in your IELTS listening module. Hello everyone, this is Yesha and I am back with a new lesson which is matching information, that is IELTS Listening Matching Information Question Task. Today in this video, I am going to discuss the easy strategies for this difficult question task and I will help you to solve this question easily and quickly. So let us not waste any more time and proceed further to learn this strategy. So you can see the example question task which says that there is a question and the question is, what problems do the speakers identify for this project? If you see, there are 7 questions from 24 to 30 and on the opposite side, that is on the right hand side, there is a box which talks about problems. The problems are mentioned with the help of the letters A to A2H. You need to match the questions with the options, and this is called as matching information. So what is the definition of matching information? In a matching information question task, you are required to match a list of numbered items with a set of options in the question paper or on the computer screen. That means you will have to write the correct letters, that is the given correct letters, and these are the answers if it is a paper-based examination. And if it is a computer-based examination, then you just have to select the correct letter given from the list of options. This is called as matching information question task. So if you look into the question, on the left hand side we have a numbered list of items, that is from question 24 to 30. We have to select 7 answers from the given options. So in the given options, that is a set of options actually contains 8 answers. You will be eliminating one answer, or you will not be including one answer from the list of options. We have the instruction which clearly says that you need to select 7 answers from the box and write the letters A to H. A to H is actually we have 8 answers and we'll be eliminating one, as I said before. Now, what are the essential tips to remember while answering matching information question task? Number 1, read the questions carefully and mark the keywords. Number 2, understand the keywords by replacing them with synonyms. Number 3, pay attention to these synonyms and expressions. Number 4, find the correct match by listening the audio attentively. Number 5, note that questions follow the chronological order, but the answer options do not. Number 6, you do not have to worry about the spellings. Practice question task. So here we have the questions 24 to 30, and the question is, what problems do the speakers identify for this project? So they may talk about background sounds, and that would be the first item that would be discussed. The next one is answer of questions, and then next would be one of the questions. Next, time of answering. 28, recording equipment, and then topic of project, and the last one is report on project. You need to find the correct answer from the problems given on the right hand side. Now we will be playing the audio, and it is a time that you attend the question task and give the answers in the comment section below.
I see you worked hard calling players and the head coach to talk, so let's see what information you got.
Well, you have to listen carefully to the first call on the recording. It's really hard to hear because the background noise is louder than the person's voice.
Yes, it is a bit tough to discern. I'm afraid the player's answer is too short as well. You will have to interview him again and try to get him to give a better answer.
Okay, I thought that might happen. I will call him again tomorrow.
Moving on, let's look back at this question. You asked, tell me about a time when you learned a major life lesson through playing football, and explain how that has shaped the person and player you have become now, and how you hope to pass on that lesson. It is a great idea for a question, but in an oral interview it is far too complex. I would advise you to break it up into multiple parts to get a better response.
I guess you're right. I wouldn't want to have to provide an answer to a question like that. I will simplify it. I found that when I asked players this question, it took too much time because they were struggling to answer the question completely. In fact, this is the question Joe Billings was answering when the tape ran out.
He did tend to ramble on all the questions, didn't he?
He sure did.
I would recommend that when you go back and interview players again, that you use a more sophisticated recording device. This recording is spotty, which indicates that the equipment wasn't working consistently.
Okay, I guess it probably wasn't the best idea to use the sound recorder on my phone. Hey, could you give me some feedback on the content of the report itself?
Sure, let's start by focusing on your topic. While I like that you chose to cover football, it seems inexplicit. The keys for success of a player and team is quite an interesting topic, But what is your thesis? That is to say, what conclusions can you draw from your research? I would suggest coming up with a strong thesis statement and then shaping your report based on that.
Is it really too vague? I put a whole lot of facts into it. I list the top 10 goal scorers in football history and later on provide statistics for a few of the most famous coaches and their records as coaches.
I think that's great that you included these facts, but I think you focus too much on the facts and not enough on connecting these facts to make your point.
Ah, I see. Okay. So it looks like I have quite a bit of work to do before the deadline.
So, when they actually talked about background sounds, they said that the answer is going to be too noisy. That is, they can actually experience a lot of background sound which can be very much noisy or which can be very loud. And that is why the answer is D, too noisy. They definitely must not have said too noisy. They must have used different synonyms in context to noisy. In the similar manner, we have question number 25, answer of questions, and the answer is F, too short. 26, one of the questions, the answer is G, too complicated. 27, time of answering, E, too long. 28, recording equipment, C, too unreliable. 29, topic of project, A, too vague. Number 30, report on project, the answer is B, too factual. Now here, if you just see, this can be predicted as well. Background sounds, it actually talks about noise, and definitely you should have predicted when you're reading the questions, the answer can be D. When we talk about answers, then definitely it can be either too long or it can be too short. So you can keep two answers in your mind or you can keep two answers with you, and definitely anyone would have been correct. 26, one of the questions which says too complicated. So the questions can be easy or it can be complex. Time of answering, so it talks about the length, and that's why it says either it can be short or it can be long. Recording equipment, you cannot rely on the recording or you cannot rely on the equipment, and that's why it can be unreliable. Topic of project can be too disturbing or it can be too informal, because when we talk about vague, that means it can be informal. Report on project can be too factual, that is, it can include a lot of factual statements or it can include a lot of false statements. So the answer can be either one. Here, if you just read the questions, you can definitely predict the answers before listening to the audio. So this was a difficult question, but I have tried it to make it easy with my easy strategies. Are you ready to learn the strategies or the tips to solve the most difficult question task of IELTS listening module? Yes, we are going to learn the most difficult question task of IELTS listening module, that is multiple choice questions, where we would be learning about distractors and also getting to know how we can attend this question task quickly and easily. Hello everyone, this is Yesha with IELTSmaterial.com, and without wasting any time, let's get into the question task. So what is multiple choice questions and selecting single answer? This question task requires you to select one correct response from 3 possible answer options. Now you have to be very sure, or you have to keep this in mind, that when you are attending multiple choice questions, that is attending single answer, you will always find only 3 answer options. You will not find more than 3 answer options. This question task is majorly found in section 2, 3 and 4, and the difficulty level also rises according to the section. Now let's look into the example question task. Let's understand the instructions first. The instruction says questions 11 to 15 are the questions to be attended. You need to choose the correct letter A, B or C. If it is a paper-based examination, make sure that you write the correct letter in block letters. if it is a computer-based examination, then you only have to select the checkbox and you can change the answer once before submitting the answers together. Now quickly let's learn the 6 main strategies to solve multiple choice questions before attending the question task. Number 1, do not pick up the answer too quickly. Listen to the other answer options as well. Number 2, answer options may be in different order. That means the C option can be elicited first, the B option then, and then the A option, or the sequence can vary according to the speaker or according to the speech that you would listen to. Number 3, answer options are mainly paraphrased, hence beware of word spotting. Number 4, try to skim read all the answer options before the audio is played. Number 5, avoid distractors by actively listening to the audio. Number 6, write the correct letter in block letters if it is paper-based examination, or select the correct letter if it is computer-based examination. Now, quickly let's listen to the audio. We will listen to the audio and I want you to give me the answers in the comment section below.
Good evening. I'm Geoffrey Miller from the University of Nottingham Student Union, and in this week's free class, Carlos Garcia is going to tell us about safety around campus. Over to you, Carlos.
Thank you, Geoffrey, and thank you all for your attendance today. Also, I'd like to thank the Student Union here at the university for organising this lecture. Well, I've been serving and protecting the city of Nottingham for over 20 years now as a member of the police department. Does anyone know what type of crime is the most prevalent on campus? I heard someone say drugs and alcohol. That actually isn't too much of an issue. Violence? Nope. Actually, the biggest thing we worry about here is theft. The nature of crime on Nottingham's campus is quite different from that of the surrounding areas. Crime rates across the East Midlands are very difficult to control. We'd like to see the rate stay the same for this calendar year, but it has been increasing steadily over the past 3 years. On campus, however, I'm happy to say that the overall crime rate has fallen this year. You wouldn't think so if you've seen the extremely exaggerated stories in the media. The media has done nothing but cause more concern about crime in our area. Even the crime shows you see today are a little bit far-fetched, but at least viewers know they're not real events. We'd really like to see more factual news articles out there so the public can have a rational sense of the safety level of our society.
Now let's look into the answers. For the 11th one, the answer is B, University of Nottingham Students Union. Here, the person actually mentioned about option A and then about option C, and then finally emphasizing on option B, saying that this particular lecture was organized by university, or it was organized by the Students' Union of the University of Nottingham. That is why we select the answer as B, University of Nottingham Students' Union. And then finally, in question number 12, they clearly mentioned about all the crime or the influence of the crime, let's say drugs and alcohol, but this was not in the majority. Violence, even this was not considered as the majority reason or the main reason, but the majority of the crime on campus was because of theft. This particular option was clearly mentioned at the end. Coming to the 13th question, where a clear description of paraphrasing is mentioned. The speaker described about the crime rate, the past one, the future one as well as the present one, and the speaker clearly said that this year, it is fortunate enough to hear that this year the campus crime rate has fallen down. The meaning of fallen down is decreased. And then we come to the conclusion that the answer is going to be B. 14th one, this answer was very clearly mentioned, exaggerated by the media. So this says answer A, exaggeration in media. And finally, 15th one was also mentioned very clearly, where the answer is C. That is, Carlos says, if you are the victim of crime, you should seek help. These are the answers, and I have clearly made you understand how the content was paraphrased and how you can be aware of distractors and you can avoid the distractors to get the correct answers. I hope that you must have understood the most difficult question task of IELTS listening module and its strategies with complete clarity. Hello everyone, this is Yesha with IELTSmaterial.com and presenting to you the new day and a new question task. In the previous video, we learned about multiple choice questions of IELTS listening module, where we actually learned to select one correct response. Today, it is going to be the same question task with a small difference, that is, we would be solving the task by selecting more than one correct response. This is called as multiple choice questions with multiple answers. So without wasting any more time, let's get into the question task and solve it together. So what is the definition of this question task? This is also a multiple choice question where you need to select, or the candidate is asked to select more than one correct response, and this actually depends on the instructions. Let's look into the example question task. Here you can see an example question task which clearly states that you need to attend the questions 15 and 16. You have to select two correct letters from A to E. The question is, which two things are most popular among users? This is the main question. And for this main question, you have to select two correct responses from the given answer options. The answer options are from A to E, that is from children's books to tools. You have to select two correct responses from these 5 options. Please make sure that you look into the instruction which gives you an idea of how many answers to be selected. Before moving on to the question task, it is important to learn the tips to solve this particular question task. Number 1, do not pick up the answer too quickly. Listen to the other answer options as well. Number 2, answer options may be in different order. Number 3, answer options are mainly paraphrased, hence beware of word spotting. Number 4, try to skim read all the answer options before the audio is played. Number 5, avoid distractors by actively listening to the audio. Number 6, select more than one correct response according to the instructions and write the correct letter in block letters if it is paper-based test, or select the correct letter if it is computer-based test. Now let's attend the question task, and here I have presented two different types of questions, that is, one with the easy level and the second one with a more difficulty level. If you see the first question task, it is actually from section 2 because it clearly states that you need to attend the questions 15 to 16. Whereas on the contrary, the other question task is from section 4, which is the most difficult section, and the questions that you need to attend are 39 and 40. So now let's listen to the audio, and I want you to give the answers in the comment section below.
A multitude of items are sold on the website, such as textbooks, soft toys, and tools. However, books for children and computer games are by far selected most. The exchange process itself is not as complicated as it might seem. Users can enter their preferences for what they would like to receive.
Over the past few decades, both of these subspecies have witnessed an alarming decrease in population density, with animal activists now working harder than ever to protect those remaining and encourage procreation. In addition, Next week's episode will focus more closely on how chimpanzees in captivity are able to learn things through imitating the behavior of humans, as well as how chimpanzees' behaviors have developed over many generations. Thank you very much for attending this evening's lecture. I hope you found it intellectually stimulating, and I look forward to seeing you again next week. Good night.
Let's get into the answers. In the first question set, the speaker clearly mentioned that there are many things that the users majorly use, and these varies from textbooks to tools. But the most important ones are children's books and computer games. They said this very clearly, and hence we get the answer as A and C. In the second question task, I would say that the audio was very small, and at the end, the speaker clearly mentioned that chimpanzees actually tried to imitate behavior of the humans. Instead of copying, the speaker said imitating, and hence we take the option B as the correct one. And then immediately the speaker also mentioned the second point, saying that they also develop the behaviors generation by generation. This was very clearly mentioned, and that is why we take the option C. The other options were either mentioned in the contradictory manner or they were not at all mentioned. So we can consider them as false or not given. So these are the correct answers. Hello everyone, this is Yesha and welcome to IELTSmaterial.com. Today I am going to discuss a completion task which is called as Flowchart completion. I will explain the strategies, how to predict the answers quickly, and also give you the idea about signposting language. So let's get started and solve a question task together. So what is a flowchart completion? This particular task is called as flowchart completion because this requires you to follow a sequence of events or stages to fill the question blanks. This can be expected in any section, but it is majorly found in section 3 and section 4. Now let's look into the example question task and also learn the strategies. Question starts with the instructions, and very clearly it can be seen that this particular question task is found in section 4. The questions are from 31 to 35. It says that complete the flowchart below, and the word limit that is given is no more than 2 words. You will be asked to write 2 words but do not exceed 2 words. So you can write the answer in 1 word or in 2 words, but not more than 2 words. If you see the example question, there are 5 stages. These 5 stages are called as sequence of events. When you listen to the audio, the speaker will definitely talk about all the stages or will elicit the names of the stages clearly. So for example, when the speaker says schematic design stage, then you would be attending the question number 31. When the speaker, that is he or she, moves to the second stage, you will be attending the question task, that is 32. This is called as signposting language, where the speaker indicates you to follow the sequence or listen to the main subheadings or the headings and actively listen to the audio. This is called as signposting language. Let's quickly learn the strategies to solve flowchart completion. Number 1, read the instructions and questions carefully. Number 2, underline all the sequence or the stages. The stages will work as a signposting indicator. Number 3, pay attention to words before and after the blanks. This is very important when we consider the completion task. Number 4, focus on the keywords as these would be paraphrased. Number 5, note that answers follow the chronological order. Number 6, check the spellings twice. Let's solve the question task, and I would repeat the instructions again. This particular question task is from section 4, that is from the last section, and you will be attending the questions 31 to 35. The instruction says complete the flowchart below. That means you have to complete a sequence of events and find the answers. The word limit is no more than 2 words, so you can write the answer in 1 word or in 2 words. The speaker will definitely elicit the name of the stages, so please pay careful attention to all these indicators and follow the sequence of events and try to find the answers quickly and write the answers with the correct spellings.
There are 5 stages in the design process that every architect follows. It's a natural progression that takes you from initial idea through to completion of the project. While the design itself can benefit from free-flowing ideas, the process itself needs to be very scientific, with checks and balances at each stage to keep you on track. The first stage is called schematic design. An architect will use this stage to get an understanding of the client's needs. At this stage, an architect will use tools such as an adjacency matrix and a bubble diagram to help gather and analyze these ideas. The second stage is what's known as design development. This is when the design is starting to take shape and the spaces are understood and recognized. This is also when an architect will start selecting the materials that will be used in the design. The term construction documents is used to define the third stage. This is when the details of how to build the project are put together in a thorough set of plans. These consist of things like a set of drawings and a set of specifications such as electrical diagrams. They are kept together so that a contractor has all the information needed to build the project. The fourth stage goes by the name bidding and negotiations stage. This is when the construction documents have been approved and an owner gets estimates or bids from potential contractors. The final stage is referred to as construction administration. This is when the project's underway and the architect's in charge of clarifying the drawings for those doing the work. It can be a time-consuming aspect of the process, with different variables coming into play. For example, materials that were available during the construction document stage are no longer available, so alternatives have to be found, approved, and ordered.
Let's look into the answers now. The speaker must have clearly mentioned about each and every stage, and let me give you an example of paraphrased content. If you just look at the question number 35, the question is architect is responsible for, wherein the speaker clearly said that architect is in charge of. So in charge of and responsible for are the paraphrased content. So this is what is called as looking for synonyms. You have to make sure that you listen to the audio very carefully and understand the synonyms. Now let's understand the answers. Answer number 31 is client's needs. Answer number 32 is materials. Answer number 33 is plans. Answer number 34 is bids or estimates. So you can write bids, that would be correct. You can also write estimates, even that would be correct, because the speaker clearly mentioned that the owner looks for potential bids or estimates from various potential contractors. Answer number 35 is clarifying the diagrammatic information. This is a rare question task, but we cannot ignore this question task as it is easy and it can give us complete marks in the listening question task. So do not ignore this question task and practice as many questions as you can. Hello everyone, welcome back to the series and my name is Yesha. Do you remember the gap filling activity that we used to do in our schools and colleges related to a topic? Yes, today we are going to do the same question task which is called as IELTS Listening Sentence Completion Task. So let's keep the school activity in our mind and learn the strategies. What is the definition of sentence completion? This is a general gap filling activity related to a topic. This is expected in any section and the difficulty level rises according to the section it is presented in. Let's look into the different sections of this particular question task. Coming to questions 21 to 25, which states that this is in section 3. The instruction says complete the sentence below and the word limit is no more than 3 words and or a number. That means you can write 1 word, 2 words or 3 words and you can only limit it to a number. There are 5 questions from 21 to 25. There are blanks and you have to be very careful with the words before and after the blanks. Let's look into the strategies to solve sentence completion task. The essential tips are: number 1, read the instructions carefully to understand the word limit. Number 2, skim read the questions and underline the words before and after the blanks. Number 3, pay attention on the keywords. Number 4, focus on the keywords as these words would be paraphrased. Number 5, predict the parts of speech in each blank according to the sentence. Number 6, note that answers follow the chronological order. And finally, number 7, check the spellings twice and write according to the word limit. Now it is the time that we practice this question task. You will listen to an audio and listening to the audio you also have to make sure that you underline the keywords before and after the blanks. Try to predict the answer. For example, question number 23 will actually contain a time period because it says ago in Europe. Ago actually describes about time period, so you would definitely write either the year or the number of years. So in this manner, understand the questions and the words and try to answer the questions in the comment section below.
You will now hear a radio talk on agricultural regulations.
First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 25. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25.
Could there be clearer proof of the arrogance and indifference of those who are supposed to keep our food safe than the muzzling of John Verrill? Agriculture is a business, true, and businesses have to make money. But this shows how ministers and officials put the profits of the agriculture business before the well-being of the British people. Mr. Verrill, a pharmaceutical chemist, was appointed to represent consumers on one of the many committees that advise the government on food safety. When he tried to do his job, though, and wanted to warn ministers of a danger to children's health, he was refused permission to do so. The danger comes from hormones given to cattle in the USA and some other countries to make them grow faster. They speed up the animal's development to maturity, thus making meat production more profitable. There have, however, long been fears that the hormones have horrendous effects on the people who eat them, causing diseases as serious as cancer. Once these hormones were used on British cattle too, but over 20 years ago they were banned in Europe for being too dangerous. Indeed, so concerned is the European Union that it banned imports of hormone-fed beef years ago, much to the fury of the US government, which wants to sell it all over the world. Several years ago, the USA and Canada asked the World Trade Organization to declare the ban illegal and to punish Europe for failing to lift it. The WTO, with its long record of refusing to let environmental or safety concerns interfere with trade, agreed imposing fines of more than $120 million a year on the EU for its refusal to back down. The British government now backs the Americans, claiming that there is no proof that hormone-fed beef does any harm. This is where Mr. Verrill comes in. He is very angry with the government, especially as their claim comes out just after a Danish study shows that growth hormones are 200 times more dangerous than was previously thought. Worried by these findings, Mr. Verrill spoke to government representatives, who did nothing.
Let's discuss the answers now. According to the word limit, you can write one word, two words or three words, or you can make a combination of words and a number. Question number 21 has the answer profits. Put the profits of the agriculture business first. Question number 22 clearly says grow faster, thus making meat production more profitable. Question number 23, as I explained, contains a time period. Hence, the answer is 200 years ago in Europe. 24 talked about illegal declaration, or let's say the answer is illegal. The USA and Canada asked the WTO to declare the ban illegal. 25 talks about over 200 times more dangerous than was previously thought. They actually describe the number of times the hormones are thought to be dangerous. So here the answer is 200 times. Thank you for writing your answers in the comment section below, and today's lesson must have given you the clear idea about the sentence completion task of listening module. Hi everyone, this is Gesha with IELTSmaterial.com. Let me give you a situation. Imagine you going to a bank and filling out an application form. What is this actually called in IELTS? This is called as IELTS Listening Form Completion Task. Keep this imagination in mind and parallelly let's learn the task and the strategies. What is the definition of form completion task? This is a general form filling activity related to an inquiry, a complaint, a registration or an application. You have to listen to the audio and answer the questions, that is specific answers. Plus, this question is majorly expected in section 1. Let's look into the example question task. You can see the question numbers are 1 to 8. That means this is found in section 1. The instruction says complete the form below, and the word limit is no more than 3 words and or numbers. You can use any numbers and the word limit is 3 words. On the right hand side, you can see the questions from 1 to 8. Let's look into the strategies to solve form completion task. Number 1, read the instructions carefully to understand the word limit. Number 2, listen to the audio to get the specific details. Number 3, pay attention to the spellings and numbers. Number 4, note that information follow the chronological order. Number 5, check the spellings twice and write according to the word limit. Now let's continue with the guided practice. You can see the first question which clearly says that you have to write the surname. Listen to the spelling very carefully and write the correct spelling. When we come to house name or number, obviously you need to write the name of the block or the building or the house, because the house number is already given, that is room number 42. Street address, you have to write the name of the street. Do not write the word street again, you may end up losing marks here. Number 4, which says faculty. Beware of distractor here. There is a distractor which is definitely going to distract you and you may end up writing a wrong answer. So listen to the audio very carefully for question number 4. Date of birth, you have to add 2 numbers here. 1, the exact date and the year, and you have to write the month as well. Nationality is from where the person belongs to. Tennis level is the candidate may come up with a level. Let's say he's a beginner, or he's an intermediate, or he's upper intermediate, or an advanced player. Any disability? None. Other sports club joined? Question number 8. They may come up different names of the sports club, and you have to write if the candidate joined any sports club in the past. Now let's listen to the audio, and I want you to write the answers in the comment section below.
Hello, Student Services. Tamsin speaking. How can I help you?
Hello. I'd like to join the tennis club, please.
Sure. There's a form you need to fill in. Do you have it?
No. Where can I get one?
I could email it to you.
Oh, sorry. I'm afraid my internet connection's down at the moment.
No problem. I can ask you the questions over the phone if you like and fill it in for you.
Oh, fine. Yes, let's do that.
Okay. So your name is...
Thwaite. John Paul Thwaite. That's Thwaite.
Okay. So that's Mr. John Paul Thwaite.
Correct?
And your address?
Room 42, Hazelworth Hall of Residence.
Is that H-A-Z?
No. H-A-S-L-E-W-O-R-T-H.
Right. I don't know that one.
It's in Prebend Street?
P-R-E-B-E-N-D?
That's it.
And the postcode?
CD3 7GB.
Okay. And your email address, please?
johnpaul24@spl.ed.uk.
Got it. And do you have a contact number, like a mobile phone?
Sure. The number's 09114 87877.
Mm-hmm. And which faculty are you studying in?
Dentistry.
That's a department, not a faculty. Shall I put medicine?
I guess so. Or is it the Faculty of Life Sciences?
We don't have one with that name, actually. Do you want me to check online?
No, it's okay. I'm sure you're right.
Okay. And your student ID card number?
JPR 440021.
Thanks. Next, I need your date of birth.
The 23rd of July, 1996.
Are you a UK passport holder?
No, I'm not actually. My mom's British, but I was born in Montreal, so I have a Canadian passport.
Okay. And you've played tennis before?
Well, I'm not much good, but I'm not a beginner.
So shall we say intermediate level?
Isn't there anything between beginner and intermediate?
I'm afraid not.
That'll have to do then.
Any disabilities?
None.
Mm-hmm. And finally, have you signed up for any other sports clubs?
I went along to a taster session for the badminton club, but I've decided to do tennis instead, so I never actually joined that one. I did join the squash club last year, but I didn't go to many sessions, and I'm not renewing my membership.
Well, I'll put that down for the record, but I'll leave the badminton off for the moment.
Okay.
That's it then. I'll get this processed, and you'll get a text telling you when the first session is and all the details. You can pick up your membership card then.
Okay. You've been very helpful. Thanks.
No problem. Enjoy your tennis.
Thanks. Bye.
Let's discuss the answers. Number 1, the answer is Thwaite. The person clearly gave the spelling of the surname as Thwaite. The spelling for Hasselworth was also explained. Number 3, the answer is Prebend. The pronunciation of Prebend was actually difficult, but the spelling was also explained. Number 4, there was a distractor as the first answer was dentistry, but then the other speaker clearly changed the answer saying that it's the Faculty of Medicine. Number 5 was very quick, 23rd July 1996. Number 6, again the person said that currently he lives somewhere else but he belongs to Montreal. That means he is a Canadian resident. Tennis level, the person said that he is intermediate and the other sports club joined was squash club. Actually, forms are daily routine work and learning the strategies will definitely help you in getting complete marks in this particular question task. And today's lesson is about IELTS Listening Summary Completion task, where we would also be learning about paraphrasing and developing synonyms related to a question task or a topic. So without wasting any time further, let's get into the task. What is the definition of summary completion task? This is a gap filling activity. You will get the answers from the audio, that is the detailed explanation of a topic, and this is actually a compressed paragraph which contains various blanks. This is majorly expected in section 4. Here, if you look at the example question, we have the instructions saying complete the summary below. The word limit is no more than 2 words. You do not have to write any numbers here. This is from section 4 and the questions are 35 to 40. You have to answer these 6 blanks related to a topic, and the topic will be a detailed explanation of the context. The 6 main tips to answer the blanks of a summary are: number 1, read the instructions carefully to understand the word limit. Number 2, skim read the question paragraph and underline the words before and after the blanks. Number 3, pay attention on the keywords. Number 4, focus on the keywords as these words would be paraphrased. Number 5, note that answers follow the chronological order. And finally, number 6, check the spellings twice and write according to the word limit. Now is the time where we will be attending a question task. I will repeat the instruction which says this question task is in section 4 and you have to attend the questions from 35 to 40. It is to complete a summary and you are expected to write no more than 2 words. So here, listen to the audio and before listening to the audio, mark the keywords before and after the blank. This will help you or will make you understand what is paraphrasing and how the synonyms are used in the place of these keywords.
Hello, my name's Eileen and I've come along to tell you about my work with beavers. I'm not actually an employee on the Scottish Beaver Trial Project, but I work alongside the team because I am actually doing a 2-month internship as part of the first year of my master's degree at university. I'm specialising in biodiversity and I'm very interested in seeing animal species conservation projects like the one here at Knapdale. Working on a reintroduction trial like this is a great opportunity. All aspects of beaver behaviour are being studied here, and some people are studying feeding behaviours, others reproductive behaviours, whereas my project is to compare the building behaviours of the 4 beaver families. Beavers are surprisingly interesting animals. I had not studied them before coming here, and I was really impressed by what they can do. I've been very lucky, and I saw beavers on the first day. You can see the beavers from the bank of the lake and we have a hide there which you can reach by bicycle. But we went out at night in a boat and we saw some beavers swimming around the lodge. One of them popped up really close, just a few metres in front of me. I help Rob, the SBT field officer, with fieldwork tasks, which is very interesting and allows me to discover the beautiful area of the Knapdale Forest. He has to monitor various aspects of the beaver's environment and build up a database. My part in that project is to measure every beaver construction, such as dams and lodges. It wasn't easy to figure out how to do this in a standardised method, but I managed to find a way. I'm now using a camera trap to try to get some video footage of beavers at work, which I can then study carefully. I'm even beginning to recognise the individual animals.
Now let's discuss the answers. For question number 35, the speaker clearly said that this short period course is called as internship. Hence the answer is internship. The person is going to do a research on biodiversity, and the person is also going to study about the job that Aileen is doing, and the job is related to building behaviors of the beavers. It clearly mentioned about the behavioral aspect and how to build this behavioral aspect. Next is, Aileen was actually fortunate enough to travel or to go on a boat. Here it was clearly mentioned about her travel and the mode of transport. Question number 39 described about Aileen's task in relation to this particular short course, that is internship, and the task was to measure the dams. And this particular setup was called as camera trap, so that she can observe things very closely. I hope this was really easy and understandable, and you must have enjoyed giving the answers in the comment section below. Today I am going to ask you a few questions, and you have to answer these questions in words and not in sentences. Yes, welcome to my series, and today we are going to learn about IELTS Listening Short Answer Question Task. So let us learn what the question task is and how to find the answers quickly. What is the definition of short answer questions? Here it is a general question answer task where you have to write the answers in words and not in sentences. This is majorly expected in section 2 and section 3. Let's look into the example task. The instructions very clearly states that answer the questions below. The word limit is no more than 3 words. That means you do not have to write any numbers here. This is a task which is in section 2, and the questions are from 11 to 16. You can see that there are 3 main questions. Question number 1, which says, what 2 factors can make social contact in a foreign country difficult? So you have to write 2 answers here, that is question number 11 and question number 12. The second question says, what types of community group does the speaker give examples of? So you have to write about the different community groups. Mind that you do not have to write the word group because there is already an example answer given, that is theatre, which does not contain the word group. You have to write the answer or the name of the community and not the word group. The next question says, in which 2 places can information about community activities be found? So you have to write the names of places in question 15 and question 16. Let's discuss the strategies to solve short answer questions. The essential tips are, number 1, read the instructions carefully to understand the word limit. Number 2, skim read the questions and underline the main idea of the question. Number 3, pay attention to the main idea. Number 4, listen to the audio carefully to capture the answers. Number 5, predict the answers according to the questions. Number 6, note that questions follow the chronological order. And finally, check the spellings twice and write according to the word limit. Now let me give you some instructions related to the question task. So the main idea of the first question is, what 2 factors can make social contact in a foreign country difficult? You need to find 2 factors that would make things difficult. The next question talks about community groups, wherein one answer is already given, that is theatre. So you do not have to write the answer theatre, but yes, you have to write the other 2 community groups described by the speaker. And then the third question talks about the places of information about community activities. So write the name of the places and not anything else. Remember, the name of the places generally requires an article, that is a, an, or the. Now listen to the audio and try to write the answers in the comment section below.
You will hear an extract from a talk given to a group who are going to stay in the UK.
Good evening and welcome to the British Council. My name is John Parker and I've been asked to talk to you briefly about certain aspects of life in the UK before you actually go there. So I'm going to talk first about the best ways of making social contacts there. Now, you might be wondering why it should be necessary. After all, we meet people all the time. But when you're living in a foreign country, it can be more difficult, not just because of the language, but because customs may be different. If you're going to work in the UK, you will probably be living in private accommodation, so it won't be quite so easy to meet people. But there are still things that you can do to help yourself. First of all, you can get involved in activities in your local community. Join a group of some kind. For example, you'll probably find that there are theatre groups who might be looking for actors, set designers and so on. Or if you play an instrument, you could join music groups in your area. Or if you like the idea of finding out about local history, there'll be a group for that too. These are just examples. And the best place to get information about things like this are either the town hall or the public library. Libraries in the UK perform quite a broad range of functions nowadays. They're not just confined to lending books, although that's their main role, of course.
Now let's discuss the answers. According to the word limit, you are expected to write either one word or two words or three words. So, if we look into the answers, answer number 11 is language. So, they said very clearly about language barrier. We do not have to write barrier because that would be a repetition, as barrier and difficult are synonyms. When we talk about question number 12, the answer is customs. So there are two difficulties, language and customs. When we come to question number 13, it says music group. So music community group, you do not have to write the word group as I explained earlier. And then 14 is local history. So there are two other groups apart from theatre. Next is the places where you can find the information about community activities are the public library or libraries, and the next place is the town hall. This particular question task, you can write the answers in either order. That means if you have written the answer customs in question number 11 and the answer as language in question number 12, it will be accepted because, as I said, you can write these two answers in either order. The main thing is that both the answers should be correct. Even if you have written one answer correct, will also be accepted. The other one will be given as wrong. Make sure you understand the strategies and the instructions very carefully before attending the question task. Hence, this was the lesson to understand how to write the answers in short answer question task of IELTS listening module. Today, I am going to be very straightforward with my explanation. Follow my instructions. Let's take a left or let's take a right. Look in front of the library or opposite to the school building. What is this called as? This is called as language of directions, and yes, you are exactly right. We are going to learn about IELTS listening map labeling question task. So without wasting any time further, let's learn the strategies of this task and a few direction phrases as well. What is a map labeling question task? This task requires you to fill in the gaps or label the map or a plan, listening to the audio and the directions of the speaker. This task is mainly expected in section 2, that is where a monologue is, and You can find this task with or without suggested options as we do in summary completion task. Let's look into the example question task. First, reviewing the instructions, it very clearly says that label the map below. So this is a map and you have to fill in the gaps from 11 to 15. You also have the answer options on the right hand side from A to I. The left side is the plan with the questions and the plan is about town library. You can see that there are blanks and the instructions are based with section 2, that is the questions are from section 2. Now let's look into the strategies to solve map labeling question task. The essential tips are: read the instructions carefully to understand how the answer is to be written. Go through the map quickly to analyze the given areas. Pay attention to the directions. Apply the strategy of walk along the talk. Note that questions follow the chronological order. And finally, write down the answers according to the instructions given. Now it is the time that you listen to the audio and answer the questions 11 to 15. Let me give you a few instructions. You will start from the entrance given at the bottom. So starting from the entrance, when you are going to attend the question number 11, the speaker would say that you have to take a left or walk through the door on the left. And when it comes to 12, they would definitely talk about the words like opposite or in front of the answer number 12. And immediately you get the answer for question number 12 as well. Then they may also describe about library office, library area, fiction and non-fiction books or sections, and they would also tell you that the 13th question or the area of 13th question is exactly in front of the library area in the middle of the library section. They may also talk about seminar room, and coming to question number 14, the speaker might describe it as this particular area adjacent to the seminar room, and close to this question number 14 is also question number 15, or they may say that it is exactly at the right hand corner. Now let's listen to the audio and you have to give the answers in the comment section below.
You'll hear the librarian of a new town library talking to a group of people who are visiting the library.
Okay, everyone. So, here we are at the entrance to the town library. My name is Anne, and I'm the chief librarian here, and you'll usually find me at the desk just by the main entrance here. So, I'd like to tell you a bit about the way the library is organised and what you'll find where. And you should all have a plan in front of you. Well, as you see, my desk is just on your right as you go in. And opposite this, the first room on your left has an excellent collection of reference books and is also a place where people can read or study peacefully. Just beyond the librarian's desk on the right is a room where we have up-to-date periodicals such as newspapers and magazines. And this room also has a photocopier, in case you want to copy any of the articles. If you carry straight on, you'll come into a large room, and this is the main library area. There is fiction in the shelves on the left, and non-fiction materials on your right, and on the shelves on the far wall, there is an excellent collection of books relating to local history. We're hoping to add a section on local tourist attractions too, later in the year. Through the far door in the library, just past the fiction shelves, is a seminar room, and that can be booked for meetings or talks. And next door to that is the children's library, which has a good collection of stories and picture books for the under 11s. Then there's a large room to the right of the library area. That's the multimedia collection, where you can borrow DVDs and so on. And we also have CD-ROMs you can borrow to use on your computer at home. It was originally the art collection, but that's been moved to another building. And that's about it. Oh, there's also the library office on the left of the librarian's desk. OK. Now, does anyone have any questions? Yes, thank you, sir.
Now let's understand the answers. So here, if you see 11th one, the speaker said that this particular area is for reference books, or you can get the materials for reference of any topic. So that's why the answer is reference books. 12 is periodicals, where they must have described about various subjects and its periodicals. Coming to 13, in front of the library area or in between fiction and non-fiction section is D, local history collection. When we go to question number 14, adjacent to seminar room, we have children's books. So this is the area where children can find their books. Question number 15 is multimedia, which is a complete different section close to library office, or let's say close to children's books. So the answers are H, G, D, B, F. Hoping that you must have understood the concept of map labeling, navigation and its strategies very clearly. If you want a better understanding, I would recommend you to practice too many questions of the same task. Thank you for watching it till here. If you want to learn more tips and strategies for IELTS, then check out the description below and book a free demo class today. Today I am here with the new module, that is writing module. The task that we would be doing today is IELTS writing pie chart. I will be explaining the structure which I used when I was practicing for IELTS examination, and this structure will definitely help you in getting band 8 in your writing task 1. So without wasting any time further, let's understand the structure to describe a pie chart. Before moving on to the structure, let's understand the definition of a pie chart. What is a pie chart? IELTS pie charts are circular charts that are divided into sections or pie slices, usually representing the percentages. Each section of the pie chart shows the percentage of data that it represents. Now here is the example question task. You can see that there are two major instructions. Number 1, you will spend 20 minutes on this task. This means the time duration for this task is 20 minutes. The next instruction is write at least 150 words. This means you should not go below 150 words. You may lose marks. So it is advisable that you write around 150 words. Here we have the main question that says the pie chart below shows the proportion of different categories of families living in poverty in UK in 2002. This is the main question. There is also a subordinate question which says, and which is going to be common in all the questions. We have a pie chart that represents almost different categories. Let's start with the lowest. The lowest is aged couple, and then comes single aged person, and then we have couple no children, and after that we have two almost similar categories, that is all households and couple with children. Again, the most similar categories can also be considered as sole parent 26% and single no children 24%. So why did I describe all the categories and the percentages? This is the data that you would be representing, or let's say you would be summarizing these percentages or proportions in your writing task answer. You can see there is a title given. Proportion of different categories of families living in poverty in UK. You can take this title in your introduction. It is advisable that you do not repeat the question words in the introduction. Now let's understand the steps to structure your answer. Step 1. Prepare. What do you do in prepare? It is select the main features, look for biggest and smallest sections of the pie chart, note down the period of times, dates and measurements. Step 2. Organize. Start organizing your finding into groups, that is major trends, major groups, exceptions, similar ideas, etc. Step 3 is structure. Structure everything into a 4-paragraph model. This is the ideal way of writing all the tasks of academic writing task 1, where it is advised to use 4-paragraph module. The meaning of 4-paragraph module is you write 4 paragraphs that consist of paragraph 1 introduction, paragraph 2 overview statement, paragraph 3 main features or major groups, paragraph 4 other similar ideas or other features. The final step is step 4, proofread. After completing your answer, check your work for spelling and grammatical errors and rectify them. Personally, I would also suggest you to count the number of words if you are going to give the paper-based examination. Now let's look into the question task again, and I have also provided a sample answer to make you understand the exact structure, that is the 4-paragraph model. Looking into the sample answer, you can see that the introduction statement is given only in one sentence. The major thing that is paraphrased is the word inspects, the poverty is changed into poor conditions, different family types, and in the question it was different family categories. You have to rephrase the question statement and put it in the introduction statement, and that is how you write your introduction. Next is the overall statement, which gives the exact idea, or let's say the eye-catching statement that you find from the figure. Here you can start your overall statement with the phrase at a glance, overall, in short. It can be seen that, it can be overviewed that. These are the different phrases that can be used to start an overall statement. Next is, you can see that the 3rd paragraph describes about the main features. The main features started with the maximum percentage of the categories, of the specified categories, which is 26%, and then they went on to taking the percentage that is comparatively or describing the contrasting percentage, that is 15%. In the last paragraph, the other categories are described with different phrases, or let's say with different connectors, as far as, on the contrary, coming to. These are the different linking phrases used to connect the ideas with each other. In this way, we have written 4 paragraphs following the 4-paragraph model. Here is another question example for you to write the answer and present the answer in the comment section below. This is also a pie chart question, with the difference that here we have 2 pie charts. So you have to describe both the pie charts, the main features of both the pie charts, and I would suggest that you use the language of comparison and contrast. This will definitely help you in getting band 8 in your IELTS examination. I know that you must have understood the structure very clearly, and to show that you have understood the structure, I want you to write the answers in the comment section below. I will comment with the band score just below your answer. In the previous video, we learned about IELTS pie charts. And I'm sure that you definitely must have completed the example question task as well. Today we are going to learn the second diagram, which is called as IELTS writing bar chart. Without wasting any time, let's look into the structure and the strategy to get a band 8 in your IELTS writing task 1. Let us learn the definition of a bar graph. What is a bar graph? IELTS bar graph is a chart that has rectangular bars either displayed vertically or horizontally, representing two or more values of data. You can see two different examples given, one the vertical bar graph and the second horizontal bar graph. You can expect any one of them in your examination. Let us now look into the example question task. You can see that the instruction says you will spend 20 minutes on this task. As I said earlier, this actually gives you the time duration, which is 20 minutes for task 1. And you have to write at least 150 words. Make sure you do not go beyond 200, as definitely you would end up losing your band score. Ideally, the number of words to be presented in task 1 is 175 to 185. You can see that there is a main question given. I'll repeat the question. The bar chart below shows the total number of minutes in billions of telephone calls in Australia, divided into 3 categories from 2001 to 2008. There is a title here as well in the bar graph which says Australia telephone calls by category from 2001 to 2008. We have 3 categories that talks about the Australian telephone calls. Number 1, the local. Number 2, national and international. And number 3, mobiles. We have the bar graph representing all these 3 categories, and you can also see that number 1, the local, starts with a rising trend and then it falls until the end of the year 2008. You can also see that the other 2 categories, national and international and mobiles, have shown an increasing trend over the time period. This is what explains the description of the bar graph, and this is how you would be presenting it in your answer. Now let's look into the tips to write a bar graph. Number 1, write according to the word limit and under time conditions. Number 2, be straightforward in your writing and avoid giving your opinion or reasons. Number 3, practice both the bar graphs horizontal and vertical. Number 4, practice as much as possible. Number 5, use the language of compare and contrast to explain different data. Finally, number 6, review your answer for spelling and grammatical errors before submitting. The final tip is always going to be the same for all the types of the graphs or charts or diagrams. So whenever you present a writing answer, it is advisable that you read the answer after completing, especially for spelling and grammatical errors. Now I would be giving you a general description of how to describe a bar chart. Let's consider the first paragraph. What should you do in the first paragraph? Paraphrase the asked question using synonyms and paraphrased words and sentences. Remember to write the introduction statement in one sentence. The second paragraph ideally talks about the eye-catching statement or the eye-catching data. So what should you do here? Present an overview of the diagram describing the most important data without using the numerical facts. You can write the years or the time period, but make sure that you do not write any numbers or statistical figures. Coming to the third paragraph, explain in detail the most important facts or data with numericals, ratios, proportions or percentages. Remember to focus more on language rather than numbers. Finally, the fourth paragraph. Explain the other information with the same structure as the third paragraph. Now let us look into the sample answer Before moving on to the sample answer, I want you to put a glance on the question, the main question and the diagram. I will repeat this statement that this particular bar graph has three categories: local, national and international, and mobiles. Look into the sample answer how it is presented. You can see that the introduction is completely the paraphrase statement of the question sentence. The provided bar chart depicts. This is how the introduction statement starts. The next paragraph is the overall statement, which actually describes about the local calls that increased over the first 5 years, and then it showed a decline for the next 3 years. Whereas on the contrary, the other two telephone lines have shown an increasing trend right from the year 2001 to 2008. If you look into the third paragraph, it is describing about the local fixed line calls first, because this is what we have mentioned in the overall paragraph, the first statement, or let's say the first data, which is explained in detail, and following this is the explanation of the other two telephone lines. You can see that in the third paragraph and in the fourth paragraph, clearly the numbers have been presented. For example, 72 billion minutes to 90 billion, or let's say in the last sentence 38 billion to 61 billion, as well as in the fourth paragraph the first sentence is 2 billion to 46 billion. In this manner, make sure that you present the numbers in the third and the fourth paragraph, explaining the data in detail. Now here is your turn. I'm sure I've made you understand about the strategy or the structure of explaining the bar chart very clearly. So now you have to take your turn. Write the answer in the comment section and I will be giving you a detailed feedback for the same. I will wait for your answers, so be quick, pause the video to read the question properly and also figure out the data in the bar graph very clearly and present the answer in the comment section below. In our school days or in our college days, we have drawn many lines or structures, but never tried to explain these structures or the lines into sentences or into groups of data. Today, we are going to learn to do the same, that is, explanation of the lines into the sentences. Yes, this is called as IELTS Writing Line Graph. This is a complicated question, but why am I here? I am going to make it easy for you. Without wasting any time, let's get into the understanding of the line graph. What is a line graph? IELTS line graph is a type of chart used to show information that changes over time. We plot line graphs using several points connected by structured lines. Quickly, let's look into the example question task. Again, you can see that there are two instructions given, which gives the time duration, that is 20 minutes. It says you will spend 20 minutes on this task. And the second instruction says you need to write at least 150 words. There is a main question as well, which says the graph below shows the number of books read by men and women at Burnaby Public Library from 2011 to 2014. The main important thing that you need to notice here in the line graph is the two axes. Y-axis, which talks about the number of books read by men and women, and the x-axis, which actually talks about the time period. You can see that there are two lines given. These two lines are the two categories representing men and women. There is a topic even here in the line graph which says Burnaby Public Library. And this is the line graph which completely talks about two different categories. Let's look into the tips to write a line graph. Number 1, study the line graph carefully. Be clear about the topic and what each line represents. Number 2, understand the horizontal and the vertical axis to find the time period or the data represented in centimeters, millions, dollars or numbers. Number 3, plan how the time differences will affect the choice of verb tenses. Number 4, compare the largest and the smallest groups of data. Number 5, ensure to include an overview statement. And finally, number 6, which is going to be the same for all the types of charts or diagrams, that is, review your answer for spelling and grammatical errors before submitting. Now let us learn how to describe a line graph. The first paragraph. Paraphrase the question statement using synonyms and paraphrase words and take this as the introduction statement. Remember to write the introduction statement in one sentence. Second paragraph. Present an overview statement of the data given, that is, the number of books read by men and women, and show the comparison. The third paragraph. Explain the data in detail with statistics. Try to present the numbers with the given time period. Fourth paragraph. Show the final comparison with an exceptional point. This is optional and you can also ignore adding the extraordinary point and you can only present the main data. Now let us look into the example question task again. You can see that the main question talks about the number of books read by men and women at Barnaby Public Library. The time period is 2011 to 2014. Quickly, let's look into the sample answer. You can see that the first paragraph, or let's say the first statement, actually talks about the introduction statement, and the major change that has been presented is, instead of writing men and women, it is taken by both the genders during the 4 years of 2011 to 2014. In the question, it was written that men and women and at Barnaby Public Library from 2011 to 2014. In this manner, make sure that you use paraphrased words or synonyms. The second paragraph talks about the overall statement, describing the reasonable difference between the men and the women and the number of books read by both the genders. No specific numbers have been presented in this paragraph. The third paragraph clearly describes about the books read by men with numbers and the time period, and the similar situation goes with the number of books read by women with the numbers and the time period. You can see that there are different phrases used, and maximum we have tried not to repeat the same phrases often in the paragraph. The last paragraph somewhere shows the exception point, that is the intersecting point where the number of books read by both males and females reached 10,000 in the year 2013. And then the line in one situation increased and the line in the other situation decreased. This is what is the exception point that I have explained here in my sample answer. You can also ignore this if you do not want to write. But make sure you write at least 150 words, and to do this, you can write an exception point. Now look at the example task, which is talking about Paris metro station passengers. No, I'm not going to discuss how to write or how to present your answer. It is your turn to give the answer, and I will wait for your answers in the comment section below. Finally, we have completed the understanding of the most difficult task of the academic writing task 1. What if I give you too many numbers or data and I ask you to present these numbers or data into sentences? How are we going to do that? That's what we are going to learn today. Yes, the name of today's lesson is IELTS Writing Table Chart. Quickly, let's get into the tutorial to understand the structure of a table chart. What is a table chart? or I would say what is the definition of a table chart. IELTS table chart is a means of arranging data into rows and columns so that the data can be easily interpreted and explained into sentences. Let's understand this question task with an example question. Here you can see again there are two main instructions, that is, number 1, you will spend 20 minutes on this task, means the time duration is only 20 minutes. And the next instruction is write at least 150 words. Do not write less than 150 words. So I would suggest you to write at least 175 to 185 words. You can see the structure which talks about different columns and rows. This is called as a table. The main question of this particular diagram is the table below gives information about rail transport in 4 countries in 2007. So they are actually talking about 4 countries, namely Malaysia, Canada, China and UAE. And the year that is described is 2007. Before moving on to learn the sample answer, let's look into the tips to write a table chart. Number 1, study and segregate the data of the table into different groups. Number 2, do not include all the numbers and explain only the main features effectively. Number 3, use linking phrases to show the connection between different groups of data. Number 4, try not to repeat the ideas or explanations. Number 5, paraphrase the question into introduction and an overall statement is mandatory. Finally, the number 6, which is going to be the same for all the writing tasks, that is, review your answer for spelling and grammatical errors before submitting, as you can definitely lose marks if you write incorrect spellings or incorrect grammar. Now let me explain you the question task again. You can see that the table gives the information about rail transport in 4 different countries in 2007. Taking this main question, I have presented the introduction statement in the sample answer. Just look at the introduction statement, which is beautifully presented, and it is the paraphrase content of the question statement. The sentence starts in this way, that is, the table helps compare the data of railway networks in 4 varying nations, Malaysia, Canada, China and the UAE in 2007. You can see that there is a paraphrase content which is rail transport paraphrased into railway networks and also describing the names of the countries, that is 4 countries. The next paragraph is the overall statement. It starts with the phrase saying at a glance. So it's not important that you write overall statement every time. You can also take different phrases that fits into this paragraph. It compares the passengers and the need of the railway transport, which is very clearly mentioned in this overall statement. The next paragraph, that is the 3rd paragraph, talks about the detailed segments of the table. You can also see that there are many numbers in the table, but not all the numbers or the data is presented. You only have to select the main features to be explained, or let's say the main trend that is to be explained. The last paragraph talks about Malaysian and UAE railways, and it is a comparison which is clearly mentioned in the 2 sentences. You can see many different phrases used. For example, talking about the details, dominating the other nations, seemed approximately 3 times more than the confirming number. In contrast, it is also worth noting that while the former catered, the latter did a slightly lower. Similarly, there is hardly any difference seen between the. You can use these types of phrases to get a band 8 in your IELTS writing task 1. Here is the example question task for you, and now it's your turn that you have to give the answer in the comment section below. Don't expect that I would be explaining the question. I would not be giving you anything. If you want to learn the structure, just go back, rewind the video, learn the structure again, come back to the example question and then write your answer in your own words. You will be able to present your own answer if you do this regularly. So, here we are. We have completed learning the types of graphs and charts in the IELTS Academic Writing Task 1. And if you practice intensively watching these videos and learning the structure, how to describe each type of graph or chart, you would definitely be able to get Band 8 in your examination. Start using a Google Map application and learn how she helps you to navigate your route or the directions. Why am I asking you to do this? Because today we are going to learn the task which is called as IELTS Writing Maps, where we are going to learn how to describe a map or a plan of a region or an area. Quickly, let's get into the tutorial and learn the description of a map or a plan. What is a map? IELTS map is a diagram that consists of a building, a street, a village, a city or a town plan. This task requires you to explain the structure in the past, present or in the future, discussing the main features of the map. Let's peep into the tips to describe a map. Number 1, recognize the main areas and the changes. Number 2, understand whether the maps are from the past, present or the future. Number 3, use synonyms and paraphrase the question to write an effective introduction. Number 4, use the language of directions and prepositional phrases to present the exact location of various sites. Number 5, make sure to describe the general changes to present the overview statement with appropriate words and linking phrases. And finally, number 6, do not forget to review your answer for spelling and grammatical errors before submitting. Now, this is a description where it clearly shows the important vocabulary to describe a map. What if you have to explain about the cardinal and intercardinal directions? You can use the words like north, south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast and southwest. These are called as cardinal and intercardinal directions. In simple words, these are called as compass directions or intercompass directions. Next, we have prepositional phrases. For example, perpendicular to, adjacent to, clockwise and along. We have other directional phrases like on the western side, on the northwest corner, to the south, in the center of, to the east of the lane. Here in this directional phrases, you can see that majorly the cardinal and the intercardinal directions with the exact corner or the side or let's say in the middle of is used. Next is major map description words are build, construct, expand, extend, remove, revamp, renovate. You can definitely use different word formation of these words. This particularly describes about the vocabulary that can be used to describe a map. Now the question task. You can see that there are two different maps or plans given. These maps actually talk about the changes in an American town. The years mentioned are 1948 and 2010. You have to select the main differences or let's say the main changes and present it in the overall statement. Introduction will be the paraphrase statement of the question. To understand this better, let's move on to the sample answer and you can see that the introduction statement is a very good paraphrase content of the question. That is, the given maps showcase how American towns have transformed by showing how it appeared in the two varying years, that is 1948 and 2010. The overall statement starts with a very beautiful phrase, that is, a quick glance tells that newer buildings have developed almost everywhere except for the southeast residential area of the town, which is an exception case. However, the overall area has neither contracted nor expanded. So this says that the overall area or the region is the same over the time period. Now, to start with, the paragraph actually talks about the areas and the changes of those areas in respective to both the years. In this manner, the explanation is taken forward in the fourth paragraph as well. I would request you to read both the paragraphs very clearly to understand the comparative language, that is, the comparison between the two plans, plan in 1948 and the plan in 2010. Let's look into the phrases used here. For example, the third paragraph and the fourth paragraph have used different phrases, that is, to start with. Similarly, it should be noticed that back in 1948. Also in the fourth paragraph, it starts with, on the other hand, also, adding to it. These are the three different linkers used in the fourth paragraph to show a connection with the third paragraph. In this manner, the sample answer clearly describes about the two different plans, one in 1948 and the other one in 2010. Now let's take your question, your turn, where you have to present your answer. As I said, I will not be explaining anything for this. You have to do it by yourself. But yes, I would definitely describe, something in brief. That is, there are two maps here which talks about the small town called Berkshire. Berkshire, the present condition, and the Berkshire, that is the future condition. You have to describe about the changes of this small town in terms of the present condition and in the future condition. What type of tense would you use here? In the third paragraph, try to use the present tense, and in the fourth paragraph, try to use the future tense, that is, will be or going to be. In this manner, you need to understand the correct verb tense as well. To understand the concept of maps, I would definitely request you to watch the video of IELTS Listening Map Labeling, where you will understand the different directional phrases, or let's say the language of directions. This video will also give you a better understanding of the explanation or the description of a map or a plan, and also give your answers to the sample question in the comment section below. Let us go back to the school days and recall how we used to describe a diagram of an instrument or an equipment or a life cycle, or let's say a process diagram or a manufacturing unit or a mechanical or physical diagram. Today we are also going to do something related to the same. Yes, the name of the task that we will be learning today is IELTS Writing Process Diagram, wherein we will be describing about different stages, processes and the sequences of events. Without wasting any time, let's get into the task and find out how many stages we are going to explain. So what is the definition of a process diagram? IELTS process diagram is a diagram that illustrates the process or the stages of a product or a cycle. This requires you to explain the sequences of a process step by step. So you will find many different stages, and this clearly is explained in the example question task. You can see the instructions as I explain every time in my video, saying that the time duration for this task is going to be 20 minutes and you should ideally write around 175 to 185 words. But the instruction says, or it asks you to write around 150 words, that is at least 150 words. Just see the main question. The main question says, the picture below shows the recycling process of wasted glass bottles. From the figure, you can see that there are three main stages: stage 1, stage 2 and stage 3. And In the stage 1 or let's say 2 or 3, there are sub-processes as well, or I would say sub-stages, which has different categories, and you have to explain these in detail. The best part of the process diagram is that you already have the words, or let's say the notes, and you only have to expand these notes or vocabulary into sentences according to the sequence of stages. So that is why if you get a question of process diagram in your examination, you are fortunate enough to get at least band 8 if you explain this answer in a really good manner. Let's get into the tips to illustrate a process diagram. Number 1, analyze the diagram and the process thoroughly. Number 2, follow through the given information or the process. That means from stage 1 to stage 2, stage 2 to stage 3. Number 3, understand the key stages and the concepts. Number 4, understand that the process is a linear or a cyclical process. Let me give you an example of a linear process. Manufacturing unit or the manufacture of any product is called as a linear process because it is generally used according to the supply and demand concept. If we talk about a cyclical process, that means the recycling process or a life cycle are the best examples. Number 5, make sure to describe stages in the correct sequence, starting with an introduction and presenting an accurate overall statement. Number 6, finally, review your answer for spelling and grammatical errors before submitting. Let me recall what I explained about this question task before. Here we have 3 stages. Stage 1, which talks about the collection of the wasted glass bottles and transporting it to the destination where it will be processed further. Stage 2 talks about the process, that is the cleaning, segregating these bottles into brown, green and clear bottles, and then taking it to the glass factory where it will be taken for the rest of the procedures, that is breaking the glasses into pieces, burning the glasses in the furnace with a particular temperature, and then recycling it to make it or to mold it into a new glass bottle. Finally, stage 3 talks about the made glass bottles, that is newly glass bottles, and delivering it to the supermarkets or to the shops where they are ready to be sold. In this manner, you can take 3 different paragraphs. Number 1, explaining about stage 1. Number 2, explaining about stage 2. And number 3, explaining about stage 3. I have used the same manner in the sample answer. The introduction statement is taken into one sentence and which is a complete paraphrase content of the question. The diagram illustrates numerous stages in the recycling of waste glass bottles. That's it. The overall statement talks about the overall process. There are 3 key stages shown in the diagram. This states that this is the overall process in the diagram, which starts from a particular stage and ends with a particular stage. The 3rd paragraph clearly explains in detail the first stage. The 4th paragraph illustrates the 2nd stage. And finally, the 3rd, that is the last stage, is explained in the last paragraph, which talks about the delivery of the new bottles to the supermarkets or shops. Here I have a question, a sample question for you to put in your answers in the comment section below. You have to understand what actually this diagram is about and immediately note down the different areas. For example, reservoir, intake, penstock, turbine, generator, powerhouse, river, and finally long distance power lines. Understand how many stages you can describe here, and accordingly you can take the number of paragraphs. I would suggest you to take long paragraphs, 2 long body paragraphs, which would explain the process before the water gets into the generator and then the process when the electricity is generated. In this manner, you will be able to explain two main body paragraphs. So, the first paragraph will be the introduction. The second will talk about the overall process of how the hydroelectricity dam works. And then the third paragraph, the body paragraph, and then finally the last stages of this particular process. So now follow this process. Rewind the video, go back to the strategies or the explanation, quickly move to the sample question wherein you have to give the answers, and I will wait for your answers in the comment section. I will also give you a very good feedback with a band score range. Hi everyone, this is Yesha with IELTSmaterial.com. We have almost completed the learning of all types of graphs, charts, maps and diagrams, but still there is one question to be learned yet. What is that question? What is the name of this question? Yes, it is IELTS Writing Multiple Graphs. This is considered to be the most difficult one as it contains two different types of graphs or charts, and students struggle in understanding how to present the answer of this particular question. So without wasting any time further, let me take you into the description of how to write a multiple graph or how to present a report of a multiple graph. So what is a multiple graph? IELTS multiple graph is a combination of two different types of graphs or charts, and these are connected to each other. That means they have almost similar categories but two different situations. This particular question never includes a map or a diagram. So you only have to focus on four types of charts or graphs, that is a bar graph, a pie chart, a table chart or a line graph. Let me give you an example. A multiple graph can have two types of graphs, that is one pie chart and one bar graph, or it can have one bar graph and a line graph. It can also have one table chart and a line graph. That means, as I said, you do not have to worry about maps or diagrams. Let's look into the example question task in this particular section. You can see the two instructions given, that is the time duration is going to be 20 minutes and you have to write at least 150 words, as I suggest you should be writing 175 to 185 words. The main question talks about two different types of charts, that is the table chart and the pie chart. The question is, the table and pie chart illustrate populations in Australia according to different nationalities and areas. This is the main question, and you can see that this particular question has a pie chart and a table chart. The categories explained in these two diagrams are almost the same, with an exception, that is the pie chart contains the other nationalities whereas the table chart excludes this particular category. Before moving on to the sample answer, let's look into the tips to describe the multiple graphs. Number 1, analyze both the diagrams thoroughly. Number 2, write a clear overview summarizing the differences, and you might need another sentence to write about both the charts. Number 3, note down the categories of the charts or graphs. Number 4, compare and group the categories effectively and precisely. Number 5, make sure to use simple and complex structures to describe the graphs. Number 6, review your answer for spelling and grammatical errors before submitting, and this you should do for task 1 and task 2 regularly. Let's look into the question task again. As I said, this question task will contain two different types of graphs. Here we have a pie chart and a table chart. So the structure would be first paragraph where you will describe the introduction. The second paragraph will talk about the overall statements, taking one from the pie chart and the other one from the table chart. The third paragraph will describe about the pie chart and the fourth paragraph will describe about the table chart. Here you can see the sample answer, and in the sample answer I have clearly mentioned the paragraphs as I explained it before. The first paragraph is the introduction statement. The first paragraph says, the pie chart and table describes in detail the population figures in Australia and its residents tended to live in rural or urban areas. Rural, that means countryside. Urban areas, that means population in the city area. Coming to the overall statement, you can see that it talks about the different perspective, or let's say an overall perspective of both the charts. The phrase that is used to start this paragraph is looking from an overall perspective. You can use overall, you can use it can be clearly seen that. You can also use different overall statements, or let's say overall phrases to start this paragraph. You can see the third paragraph clearly describes about the pie chart. This is actually explained with a decreasing trend. That means it starts with the highest, that is 73% of the Australian population, goes with the second, that is the other nationalities, which is 14%, then with Great Britain, that is British people at 7%, New Zealanders at 3%, Chinese at 2%, and people from Dutch, that is from Netherlands, at just 1%. The fourth paragraph explains in detail about the table chart, which does not include the other nationalities. You can definitely underline or make a note of different phrases explained in this particular answer, and you can also use these phrases in the explanation of your example task. Now here we have a sample question task for you, so that you can also brush up the ideas, polish the strategies that you have learned from this video, and give your answer in your own words. This particular question also contains two different types of graph or charts. One, that is pie chart, and the other one is bar graph. The pie chart talks about water consumption in Australia, and the bar graph talks about residential water usage in Australia. Both is taken related to the time period, that is 2004, the year 2004. I will not explain further. Now it's your turn, that you understand the actual tips to write the answer or to present the answer. You can also go back, rewind the video and note down the phrases. You can use the same phrases and try to describe the answer in your own words. I know indeed it was difficult, but what you can do is you can just go back, rewind the video, pause the video to learn the strategies or the tips to describe a multiple graph, and then give your answer in the comment section below. I will give you a detailed feedback of the same and with a band score, so you would understand how to improvise and how to work on your errors. Today we are going to write a job application letter or a complaint letter to the local council. Why are we going to do that? Any guesses? Yes, because today in this video we are going to discuss about IELTS writing formal letters. So if you are struggling with writing letters, then today's video is definitely going to help you in that. Now, without wasting any time, let's take this tutorial further. What is the definition of a formal letter? IELTS writing formal letters are written to someone you have probably never met. That means you're going to write an application, a job application, or you are seeking information about a course and you're going to write the letter to a university. In this manner, these are called as formal letters. Here are some situations when you write a formal letter. For example, number 1, apply for a job or resign from a job. Number 2, complain about a product or service. Number 3, request for some information. Number 4, book an event. Number 5, make a suggestion or recommendation. And number 6, apply for a course at a college or university. Now let's look into the example question task. This is also the writing task 1 of General Training Writing module. And here the instructions would be the same as we used to have in academic writing task. The first instruction is the time duration, which is going to be 20 minutes. It says you should spend about 20 minutes on this task. The second instruction is also going to be the same, that you have to write at least 150 words. Here, if you see, a situation is given. This situation actually talks about the incident or the explanation that you want to write in your letter. This particular question task has a situation that is, you traveled by a long distance bus recently and your suitcase was damaged. So your main situation is that your suitcase was damaged. Now you can see that there are 3 bulleted points. You will make 3 paragraphs in context to these 3 bullet points, as these are going to be very important, or let's say these are the center part of your letter. Finally, you can also see that there is a salutation already given in the question, which says, begin your letter as follows: Dear Sir or Madam. When you have the instruction in this way, always keep in mind that you do not start your letter with any other salutation. You are advised to start your letter with Dear Sir or Madam. Let's look into the structure to address the task. What is the ideal structure of a letter? The ideal structure of a letter is called as 6-part structure. That means you start your letter with a title, Dear Sir or Madam. You write an opening statement as your first paragraph, or this is also called as purpose of the letter. Why do you want to write this letter? Next is, you will start with the first bullet point, which is going to be your body paragraph A. You will take the next bullet point as body paragraph B and the last bullet point as body paragraph C. You will finally end the letter with a closing statement. This closing statement should always be a polite ending. You will sign off with a subscription. For example, in a formal letter, it is always advised to use yours faithfully as the subscription. You also have to make sure that you write your full name in the formal letters. Never write only your first name in the formal letters. You should always go with first name and the last name. Coming back to the question task, you can see that the situation is about your suitcase which was damaged in the bus which you were traveling. You have to cover all the 3 bullet points in your answer. Let's look into the sample answer. You can see that I have started the letter with Dear Sir or Madam. The first paragraph has the purpose of the letter and the first bulleted point. You can also write your answer in this manner. If you feel that your purpose of the letter is going to be only 1 sentence and it is also going to be a simple sentence, you can take purpose of the letter and the first bulleted point as the first paragraph. The second bulleted point is explained in detail in the second paragraph, and the last as follows, the third bullet point. Finally, the polite ending, or let's say the closing statement, which says, I will be awaiting your reply and expecting immediate action from you. You can see that, as I said, your subscription should be yours faithfully. Hence, write your full name with the subscription yours faithfully. Now it is your turn. You also have the same instructions given. The salutation that is to be used in your letter is going to be the same. I will just repeat the situation or explain you the situation of this letter. The situation says you have bought a new mobile phone and in a few days of purchase, it has stopped working. You have spoken to the company representative a week ago, but it has still not been repaired. This is again going to be a complaint letter where you want to complain about the purchase that you made and the product that is not working properly. You can see that there are 3 bulleted points given. The first says introduce yourself. The second asks you to explain the situation, and the third also determines what action you would like the company to take. You have to write your answer in 150 words. Always remember to count the number of words if it is a paper-based examination. Start your letter with Dear Sir or Madam and end your letter with a polite ending. This was the first type of letter that you can expect in your examination. Do you write letters to your neighbors or your office colleagues? What are these types of letters called? Yes, these types of letters are called as IELTS writing semi-formal letters. Today we are going to learn about the structure of semi-formal letters and the different situations when you actually write a semi-formal letter. So quickly, without wasting any time, let's get into the tutorial. So what is the definition of a semi-formal letter? IELTS semi-formal letters are written to people whom we have known socially or personally for some time or have possibly met a few times but do not have a friendly or close relationship with. Here are some of the situations when you write a semi-formal letter. A letter to a neighbor, a letter to your landlord or landlady, a letter to a colleague in the office, a letter to the professor at your college or university, and a letter to one of your family members or relatives. So let us learn how to address this task. It is very important that you write only about the situation that is described in the task. Try to cover all the 3 bullet points. Also, use a letter format. That means you should not write your answer in bulleted points or in numbered points. You should only write the letter in different paragraphs. To know about the structure of the letter, I would recommend you to go to the previous video and watch the video which is related to IELTS writing formal letters. In this video, I have explained about the structure in depth. Here as well, I will give you a glimpse of the structure. The letter structure or the format of the letter is called as 6-part structure, where you start your letter with the title and the opening statement, or let's say the purpose of the letter, the first bulleted point which is going to be your first body paragraph, the second bulleted point which is going to be your main second body paragraph, the third bulleted point, finally the third body paragraph. You end your letter with a closing statement and finally you sign off with the subscription. For semi-formal letters, I would recommend you that you use yours sincerely and write your full name, that is the first name and the last name. Now let's look into the example question task. You can see again the instruction which says the time duration is going to be 20 minutes and you have to write at least 150 words. The situation here that is described is, for the past year, you have been a member of a local club. Now, you want to discontinue your membership. You have to write this letter to the club secretary. There are 3 bulleted points which says, state what type of membership you have and how you have paid for this. The second bullet point says, give details on how you have benefited from the club. The third bullet point is, explain why you want to leave. You have to make sure that you cover all these bulleted points in your letter, otherwise you would definitely end up losing your band score. You can see that it has the instruction saying, begin your letter as follows. That means you know this person or you know the club secretary. And here there's also another hint given, that is the club secretary is a female. Start your letter with Dear Mrs. Take any last name that you wish to and begin your letter with the name, that is Dear Mrs. Thompson, or let's say Dear Mrs. Manik, Dear Mrs. Shah, any name would go. Let's look into the sample answer, and the name that I've used in the sample answer is something like this: Dear Mrs. Watson. The first paragraph talks about the purpose of the letter, or let's say why I want to cancel my membership from next month. The second paragraph is about the first bullet point, which clearly talks about the payment details of the membership. The second bullet point, or let's say the third paragraph, talks about the other details related to the facilities availed with this membership. Finally, the third bullet point, or the last paragraph, which says that it is really difficult for the person to ask for the cancellation, but he has no other choice. The polite ending is, I have no words to fill my sorrow over this decision, but I feel this is just the softest way to communicate my decision. Finally, the person has ended up the letter with the subscription, yours sincerely, and with the full name, that is Andrew Scott. Make sure that you follow this structure when you practice for the semi-formal letters. Now this is your example question task. That means the question that I want you to give the answers in the comment section below. You can see there is a situation which says you have been living in a rental apartment for the past year. Recently, a new neighbor moved in and has been making a lot of noise which disturbs you. This is a situation that you are somewhere uncomfortable with the new neighbor. Write a letter to the landlord. In your letter, you have to write about the situation, describe why it is bothering you, and also suggest a solution. Try to write at least 175 to 180 words and start your letter with Dear Mr. Select your name by yourself. Try giving the answer for the sample question and I will give you an awesome feedback with a band score. Hey, I am Yesha with IELTSmaterial.com and I want to invite you to the housewarming party at my place tomorrow. Is it possible? What is this actually? Is it a formal invitation or an informal invitation? Yes, this is an informal invitation, or let's say it's a personal letter written to a friend where you invite them or talk about a social or personal situation. Today we are going to learn about IELTS writing informal letters, and without wasting any time, let's discuss the structure and the definition quickly. So what is IELTS informal letters? Informal letters are always written to a friend in context to a social or a personal situation. For example, giving a suggestion about a course or recommending a job, or let's say you want to invite your friend to a party. There are many situations and these situations are: number 1, invite your friend; number 2, thank your friend; number 3, apologize to your friend; number 4, congratulate your friend; number 5, response to a request for information; and finally number 6, plan for something with your friend. To know about the structure of the letters, go back to the previous video, that is IELTS writing semi-formal letters, where I have explained about the structure in brief, and the same I would be doing it today as well. The letter format is called as 6-part structure, where you start your letter with a title, the opening statement, that is the purpose of the letter, the 3 paragraphs or the 3 bulleted points developed into 3 body paragraphs, and finally you end your letter with a closing statement and the signing of subscription. This is the ideal structure of a letter, whether it is formal, semi-formal or informal. Let us look into the example task. Again, the instruction says the time duration is going to be 20 minutes and the number of words that you have to write is at least 150 words. I would suggest you to write somewhere around 175 to 185 words, wherein you would definitely get a higher band score. The situation here presented is your friend has been offered a place on a course at a university where you studied. He or she would like your advice about finding a place to live. That is, he or she, your friend, requires your recommendation for accommodation or the place to live there near the university. The three main bulleted points are: number 1, describe where you lived when you were a student at the university. Number 2, recommend the best way for him or her to look for accommodation. And finally, number 3, warn him or her of mistakes students make when choosing accommodation. These 3 bulleted points should be calculated as 3 body paragraphs. And hence, let us look into the sample answer, which clearly starts with Dear Martha. Because this is an informal letter, you do not have to address your friend with the formal salutation. That is, you don't have to use Mr. Martha, only Martha would work. The first paragraph is talking about the purpose of the letter, where you congratulate your friend on his or her success in gaining the admission, and finally you also start giving the explanation. The first bulleted point is the suggestion or the best way to find the accommodation. The second bulleted point talks about the different options that you can suggest. And the third bulleted point explains about the mistakes that generally students make when they select or when they choose the accommodation. You can see the polite ending of the letter, which says, wishing your friend all the best for his future venture. Finally, the letter ends with a subscription, which is not a formal or not even a semi-formal way. It's just an informal way of wishing him warm wishes. And you will end the letter by writing only your first name. Do not write your last name in the letter, that is, especially in the informal letters. Now here is your turn. This is the example question task for you, where I want you to write the answers in the comment section below. The situation is, you have to write a letter to your old friend and show your reaction that you were really happy when you met him or her and you stayed with your old friend for a few days. There are 3 bulleted points. Explain how you felt about the visit. Also try to refer something enjoyable that you did while staying with him or her, and try to invite your friend to visit you in the future. Write your letter or start your letter with Dear and the first name of your friend. Do not use any salutation like Mr. or Mrs. Start your letter directly with the name. Here, just make sure that you consider all the 3 bulleted points and write 3 separate paragraphs and show a very good structure of your letter. Finally, we have completed the learning about the letters, or let's say this is the end of General Training Writing Task 1. In my previous videos, many IELTS learners have asked me about how to write an IELTS opinion essay. So, here I am to give you the solution to your problem. Firstly, today I will discuss about what is an IELTS opinion essay. Secondly, I'll also discuss what structure to be followed while writing an opinion essay. And last but not the least, I will share my Band 9 sample answer to help you get your desired band score in your examination. So without wasting any time, let's get started. So let's discuss the definition of an opinion essay. What is an opinion essay? An opinion essay is a formal piece of writing where the author's point of view is presented on a particular subject, and our role is to present our own opinion either by supporting the point of view or by opposing the point of view by giving reasonings and examples. The main question involved in an opinion essay is, what is your opinion? Next question that arises is, how do I write an opinion essay? An opinion essay generally focuses on your opinion with supporting details, or I would say different reasons where you support a particular subject, and examples where you justify your opinion. Here you only have to focus on the opinion and you do not have to consider the advantages or disadvantages or the problems and solutions of that particular subject. And this is how you present an opinion essay. Now let me give you a descriptive idea about the structure of an opinion essay. It is always advised that you write an essay with 4 paragraphs. So here also we'll follow the same. Paragraph 1. Introduce the topic, write your opinion, giving the brief idea of what you're going to describe in the body paragraphs, that is brief reasoning. Next is you have to write paragraph 2, which is going to be your first body paragraph with the first reason of your opinion, giving supporting ideas and justifications. That is, you can provide 1 or 2 examples about the same. Paragraph 3 is going to be body paragraph 2, that is the second reason of your opinion, or let's say the second reason that supports your opinion. Give 1 or 2 supporting ideas with 1 example. Finally, the paragraph 4 is going to be a strong conclusion, which will be rephrased introduction, or I would say writing the introduction with different words but not changing the meaning. And it is going to be the summarization of your opinion. Don't forget to write a short conclusion and not describing anything extra in your conclusion. Now let's consider a question here. The instructions are you should spend 40 minutes on this task. This is task 2 and the time duration is going to be 40 minutes. And you have to write at least 250 words. The question says, many people believe in the idea of school children wearing a school uniform, but should teachers as well be required to conform to a dress code, and what is your opinion? So here this particular statement, or let's say point of view, asks for your opinion and you have to provide proper reasons to justify your opinion. Now here is my band 9 sample answer, which will help you to understand the structure very clearly. If you see the first paragraph, it is actually the introduction paragraph, where the first statement is the general statement, or I would say the paraphrase statement of the topic, and the second statement is my opinion, where I have firmly believed that it should be compulsory for teachers to wear a specific uniform. Related to this, I've also presented 3 different reasons. The first reason in the second paragraph, which says teachers typically function as role models and hence they should be introduced with a dress code. The second reason is in the third paragraph, which says there would be no visible difference among them, that is among the other staff members. The final reason is presented in the fourth paragraph, which says that it would be really easy to distinguish between the school staff and other adults, let's say the other parents or the other staff members. Finally, the conclusion, which is a very short conclusion, presenting the opinion again and summarizing the opinion and the reasons. This is how you have to present your answer, and if you do that, you would definitely get a band 9 in your examination. Now let's recap the tips. Number 1, introduce your essay by restating the question in your own words. Number 2, if the essay asks you what is your opinion, make your opinion clear throughout. You can give maximum 3 reasons with the statement explaining the reasons and justifying your opinion. Number 3, the structure should be introduction, the first reason of your opinion, the second reason of your opinion, and finally the third reason of your opinion if you have one. This is optional. And the last paragraph should be the conclusion. Number 4, use phrases to organize and link your ideas. For example, owing to, one justification for, the first thing to consider is, a further reason, in conclusion. Number 5, if you do not have solid evidence for your ideas, use modal verbs such as might, may or could. Example, they could develop more empathy and care, or other tentative phrases like, example, it does not appear to be an effective punishment. Finally, number 6, conclude by restating your opinion and summarizing your 2 or 3 main arguments. Now, here is your homework. You have to write an essay and present it in the comments section, and I will give you a very good feedback describing the 4 marking parameters. Here the question says, although we are free to use tobacco, some people feel that it should be made illegal like any other drug. What is your opinion on this? So you either have to say that tobacco should be considered as a drug or tobacco should not be considered as a drug. What is your opinion, and give suitable reasons to describe your opinion. Also try to give 1 or 2 examples in each body paragraph. If you are still confused with the structure, then I would recommend you to go back to the video, that is, rewind the video, stop or pause when the structure appears on the screen and try to understand the content again. Remember to give your answer in the comment section after understanding the structure effectively. In IELTS Writing Task 2, agree-disagree essay is the most common type of essay which is expected in the examination, and IELTS aspirants, that is many IELTS students, they struggle while writing this type of essay. They mainly get confused whether to agree or disagree completely with the given statement. Don't worry, today in this video I am going to make you understand how to write a Band 8 IELTS agree-disagree essay. So without wasting any time, as I say every time, let's get started. So what are the different types of questions that you can expect in an agree-disagree essay? Number 1, do you agree or disagree with the given statement? Number 2, to what extent you agree or disagree with the given statement? These are the 2 common questions related to this particular essay type. Now here we have an example question. You can see the instructions, that is the time duration, which is of 40 minutes, and the number of words to be written are 250 words, minimum 250 words. The question says, some people say that e-books and modern technology will totally replace traditional newspaper and magazines. What do you think? Do you think that e-books and modern technology will definitely replace the old books, or let's say newspapers or magazines? To what extent do you agree or disagree? So this says that you have to show the in-depth knowledge or in-depth reasons to explain your agreement or disagreement. So let us start with the preparation. You should not spend more than 5 minutes to understand what you're going to write. Answer these questions before you move on to write your essay. Number 1, what are we talking about? It is e-books versus traditional books. What is the main question? This is question number 2. That e-books will become more popular in the future than traditional books. And finally, number 3, do I agree or disagree with the given statement? So I will be writing either yes, completely yes, or completely no. Now let's make some points related to e-books and traditional books, which will have our main ideas and the supporting details. Let's talk about e-books first. E-books can be taken anywhere, and that is why the first point says can have many of them in a small device. The second point says ease of reading anywhere. That means the comfortability of reading the e-books anywhere. Number 3 says can download any book with one click. Number 4 says fonts or the font size can be resized. Number 5 says ease of access and sharing. That means you can share the e-books with anyone anywhere. Let's move on with the traditional books and its supporting details. Number 1, it says that it is easier for older generations, or let's say for older people, to read. The second one says many showcase their collection of books. That means they have hundreds of books, fiction books, non-fiction books, and many. Number 3 says difficulty with new technology. That means they are not tech savvy and it really becomes difficult for them to read through e-books or let's say through any device. Number 4, no threat of deleting them online. If sometimes it may happen that Unintentionally, a person may delete the ebook and it would be really difficult for that person to recover that file. So here, if it is a traditional book, then there is no threat of deleting that book. Number 5 says, can sit anywhere to read a book and pass time after retirement. So a person can go to the park or to a cafe, sit there, have a cup of coffee and read the book. Now that we have a clear understanding of the topic and the points that we want to write, let's start the writing part with the discussed points. Let me show you a sample answer, as I said, taking in all the discussed points. This is the sample answer that we have taken related to the points that we have already discussed. Let's see the first paragraph, which says the introduction. The introduction talks about very clearly what I want to do in this essay. That is, I completely disagree with the statement that e-books, newspapers or magazines or any type of book. Concluding my essay. Just read the second line of the first paragraph, which says, firstly, the convenience of reading on e-books, and secondly, the not handle new technology. Here, if you see the second paragraph, that is the complete explanation of the topic, that is the comfort of using e-books. To the convenience of e-books, it will not take the other viewpoint, or let's say paragraph, you can see what is described here. It is described why it is particularly important for older people, because it is difficult for them to handle to read books. They love to keep a collection of books. Supporting details covering the topic, saying why traditional books are important. The conclusion states the convenience of e-books as well as the importance of traditional books for older people, which is clearly a statement called summarization. It is also including the opinion in a way, saying that it is necessary to continue with the traditional books. That means in the future, e-books or modern technology will not completely cover or replace the traditional books. You can see that I have taken 4 paragraphs, and I have already explained in the previous video saying that you can take 4 or 5 paragraphs. Do not write 3 paragraphs. You will definitely lose your band score. You will end up getting band 5 if you write 3 paragraphs. It is mandatory to write 4 or 5 according to the supporting details or the explanation that you want to show in your essay. Now here is your question. Time to do your homework. Start writing the answer to this essay question. The question says, schools should teach their students how to survive financially in the world today. That is, let me give you some idea. This particular question talks about how students should manage money, or let's say how they should learn money management in the schools itself. So is it the responsibility of the schools, and to what extent do you believe with this statement? You can either agree completely or disagree completely, or even if you want to say that to a certain extent you agree, but with an exception that you also disagree to a point. Make sure that you write your essay in 4 paragraphs and do not end up in 3 paragraphs. Practice with a trainer so that you will be able to rectify your errors, and also improvise to get a band 8 in your writing task too. I would certainly advise you to write according to the expert feedback and do not forget to write the answer for the sample question that is given for you as the homework in this video. Students generally find it difficult to identify the IELTS discussion essay, and they often confuse this type of essay with either opinion essays or advantages and disadvantages essay. So today, this is one of the issues that I will be covering in this lesson, and I'm also going to share the way how to plan and write your discussion essay with step-by-step guidance. That means in this video, I will guide you the way to identify the IELTS discussion essay, explaining you the essay structure, and the way to plan your essay as well by giving a band 8 sample answer to understand the structure effectively. So without wasting any time, let's get started. The first segment to be considered in this lesson is what is a discussion essay. A discussion essay is a 3-part essay where your answer has to cover 3 different aspects, that is 2 viewpoints and 1 opinion. This is completely different from the other types of the essays where you only have to describe 2 things, that is advantages and disadvantages or the problems and the solutions. The main question that is covered in this essay is discuss both the views and give your opinion. Hence, as the question suggests, we need to talk about both the viewpoints and also give the opinion in a balanced manner. Before moving on to the sample answer, let me take you through the format of the discussion essays. Paragraph 1, where you have to present the introduction. Just the general introduction with the debatable points, the paraphrase statement, and present the opinion separately. Paragraph 2 is talk about the viewpoint you disagree to, that is, mention the reasons of your disagreement. Paragraph 3, talk about the viewpoint you agree to, that is, mention the reasons of your agreement. Paragraph 4, your opinion with reasons, that is, present your opinion with 1 or 2 reasons in brief, connecting the previous paragraph to show the coherence and cohesion strongly. Finally, paragraph 5 is going to be your conclusion, that is, summarizing the main points. Before moving on to the sample answer, let's take a look on the question. There are 2 instructions which says the time duration, which is going to be 40 minutes for this task, and the word limit is going to be at least 250 words. The main question is, some people say that the main environmental problem of our time is the loss of particular species of plants and animals. Others say that there are more important environmental problems. Discuss both these views and give your own opinion. The first point of view is the environmental problem related to the loss of particular species of plants and animals, and the other point of view is that other than the loss of plants and animals, there are other more important environmental problems to be focused on. So what you have to do? You have to write about both the viewpoints and then present your opinion by accepting or agreeing to one of the viewpoints given here. Now here is the sample answer, and you can see that I've taken the sample answer exactly according to the format of discussion essay explained in this video. If you want to go back and understand the format again, I would suggest you to rewind the video and go to the section where I have explained the structure. Here, the first paragraph gives the introduction. It clearly says that this particular essay is an argumentative essay where the argument is between 2 different point of views. One agree to the first viewpoint and some individuals agree to the second viewpoint. From my point of view, where I am presenting my opinion, which says environmental problems do not deserve much attention from humanity as there are bigger dangers out there. Here, I am completely giving a different opinion which is not at all related to environmental problems. I can do that when I am discussing both the point of views or I am writing a discussion essay. Coming to the first body paragraph, which talks about first viewpoint, or let's say the viewpoint which I do not agree to or I least agree to. It is talking about the endangerment of different species of living things, and it is describing it very clearly by giving the example of Bengal tigers and justifying this example. The next paragraph, that is body paragraph 2, which is the second viewpoint, and it clearly talks about the other environmental problems which should be focused on instead of the extinction of species. What are the other problems described here? That is global warming, carbon pollution, climatic change, and what dangers are related to these problems are also explained in detail, that is high temperatures, droughts, weather swings, melting glaciers and flooding. These are the other dangers, or I would say the other environmental problems which should be focused initially. Finally, if you see the fourth paragraph, which talks about my opinion, where I have presented two main reasons. Firstly, the emergence of new species and the disappearance of existing ones is a natural phenomena. So, people do not have to worry about this or should not consider this as a major environmental problem. Secondly, the other reason is climate change is a long-term phenomena. That means it would definitely not affect the environment in the near future, but it would take a longer time and scientists would definitely come up with some solution related to this problem. Here, the other problems should be considered, that is, there are many other predictions, or let's say there are many other problems that can outbreak in the future, and people or the scientists should be ready related to these problems. Finally, the conclusion, which summarizes my opinion as well as the reasons presented in this essay. That is the main reasons presented in this essay. I would suggest you to read this answer very carefully, taking a note of all the important vocabulary, phrases, linking words, and also understanding how the paragraphs are connected to each other, showing the coherence and cohesion. Now, here is your task. Your task also consists of two different questions, or let's say two different point of view, and you have to explain about both the views and give your opinion. The first viewpoint is that some people say that advertising is extremely successful at persuading us to buy things, that is, influencing people to buy things. Whereas other people think that advertising is so common that we no longer pay attention to it. So somewhere people think that advertising is influential part, and other people think that it doesn't matter whatever advertising is shown. You have to discuss about both the viewpoints and finally give your opinion. My suggestion is that you go with the format of the essay, the discussion essay, and write your answer exactly according to the format. Presenting arguments for and against the viewpoints those are given in the essay will definitely be difficult for you, but regular feedback from the expert trainers will help you in improvising your writing skills and giving an effective answer for the IELTS discussion essays. 4 out of 5 students struggle to write IELTS advantages and disadvantages essay, and they get stuck at band 5.5. Therefore, in this video, I am going to explain the effective method of how to plan and write IELTS advantages and disadvantages essay, explaining you about the essay introduction followed by body paragraphs as well as a strong conclusion. So without wasting any time, let's get into the tutorial. What is an IELTS advantages and disadvantages essay? As the name suggests, you will be provided with a topic on which you have to present an essay highlighting the benefits and the drawbacks of that particular situation. This is another common question that is expected in IELTS writing task 2. The main questions related to this essay type are: number 1, what are the advantages and disadvantages of a particular trend or situation? Number 2, do the advantages outweigh the disadvantages? Number 3, what are the advantages and disadvantages of a particular situation or trend, and give your own opinion. One key factor that you have to keep in mind while writing IELTS advantages and disadvantages essay is never present one-sided essay, that is, writing only advantages or writing only disadvantages will give you only band 5. Always be neutral and write 2 paragraphs. The main 2 paragraphs, that is advantages as well as the disadvantages. Now let us understand the way, or let's say the effective method to present an advantages and disadvantages essay. The first paragraph is always going to be the introduction, where you will provide the general introduction with main idea, the paraphrase statement, and present the opinion if it is asked. For example, in most countries around the world, children begin learning the English language at school from the primary level. What are the advantages and disadvantages of teaching the English language to children at an early age? And also give your own opinion. It is mandatory here to present an opinion. The next paragraph is going to be only advantages. Mention only the advantages associated with the trend or the situation. Paragraph 3 will only talk about disadvantages. Paragraph 4 is going to be optional, because if the question demands an opinion, only then you are requested to write paragraph 4, that is your opinion with reasons, where you will present 1 to 2 reasons in brief. Paragraph 5 finally is going to be your conclusion summarizing the main points. Now here is the sample question. The instruction says that you have time limit, that is 40 minutes, and you have to write at least 250 words. The main question is: some people spend a lot of money on hosting birthday parties, family functions and other celebrations. What are the advantages and disadvantages of this? This particular question is not demanding an opinion, and hence you should also not present an opinion. Just write the advantages and the disadvantages, and that's it. Here is the sample answer. You can see the first paragraph, which is the introduction, that talks about the expenses and the different occasions of life, or let's say the different celebrations those are celebrated in our life. One main advantage and one main disadvantage is also explained in brief, and this will be further explained in detail in the second and the third paragraph. The second paragraph is only the advantages, where the memories that can be cherished in the future if we celebrate or extend a party or host a party, and this will definitely be a memorable moment to remember in the future, and that is what is explained in this paragraph. Spending time with family and friends and neighbors in order to strengthen our relationship is the main idea that is explained here. Next is the third paragraph, talks about the disadvantages. Here if you see, a lot of money that is spent, which definitely will not benefit in any ways to the family or to the other people as well, and this sometimes can hamper the other celebrations, or let's say it would definitely affect the other communities as well, and that is what is explained here, because money is important and money should not be wasted in just celebrating a birthday every year. Rather, that particular money can be spent in other voluntary program, or let's say in other unpaid work. That is what is explained in the third paragraph. The last paragraph talks about the conclusion, or I would say the summarization of the main idea. Now let's do some homework. Here you have another question for yourself. you have to present your answer in the comment section, wherein I will give you a detailed feedback considering the 4 marking parameters of writing task 2. The question is, in most countries around the world, children begin learning the English language at school from the primary level. What are the advantages and disadvantages of teaching the English language to children at an early age? This question also does not ask you to write an opinion, so do not present an opinion. Just write the advantages and the disadvantages and present your answer in 4 paragraphs. Do not forget to write 2 body paragraphs, one for advantages and the other one for disadvantages. And if you're still confused with the structure, I would recommend you to go back or rewind the video, stop where you find the structure, read the structure properly again and then start executing the plan. This is how you should do with the rest of the essays as well. IELTS problem solution essay have been the most challenging type of essay for many IELTS aspirants, wherein they are unable to write this type of essay, or I think they are not able to understand the structure properly. Hence, today in this video, I am going to explain you the exact method to write an IELTS problem solution essay, and that too in just 8 minutes. So without wasting any time, let's get started. What is a problem solution essay? There are many issues in the world which require an investigation about the causes, the effects, or let's say the problems and the solutions or the remedies. In IELTS Writing Task 2, the examinees are asked to write about such things, that is, presenting the problems and the solution, or presenting the causes and the effects. The problem solution essay will present you with a matter which is currently happening in the world. The question may ask any one of the following things: the causes of the problem, the effects of the problem, methods for prevention of the problem, and solutions for the problem. Let's consider the exact structure to write a problem solution essay. Make sure you write 4 paragraphs minimum, and starting the essay with the introduction. Paragraph 1 is introduction, which states the general idea, the paraphrase statement, and no opinion. That means problem solution essay will never ask for your opinion. Paragraph 2 will talk about problems or causes. So you will write either the problems or the causes according to the question that is asked. Paragraph 3, you have to present effects or results. Mention only the effects or the results associated with the situation. Paragraph 4 will talk about the solutions or methods of prevention. Present precautionary measures or methods or solutions to solve the problem. Finally, the paragraph 5 will talk about conclusion, wherein you are only going to summarize the main points and you're not going to present any opinion in this particular type of essay. Here you can see I have given you a few vocabulary which can help you in presenting your answer in relation to describing the causes and the effects, or describing the solutions and the preventive measures. These are really good vocabulary that can enhance your grammar, or let's say the band score in the lexical resource. In terms of presenting the effects or the causes, you can use many vocabulary like due to, as a result of, leads to, caused by, causes, brought about by, brings about, accounts for, gives rise to, results in, owing to, on account of. And if you have to present the solutions and preventive measures, you can use to, so, in order to, so as to, so that, with the purpose of, and there are many other like therefore, as a result of, and in this way you can also bring out different other vocabulary to link the problem with the solutions. Now, here is the question for which I am going to present my sample answer. There are instructions which says the time duration is going to be 40 minutes and you have to write at least 250 words. The main question is a lot of fake news and erroneous information circulate on social media sites. Why is this the case? That means you have to write the causes of the fake news, or let's say the wrong information that is circulated on social media sites. What problems does this cause and what can be done to solve this problem? So here you will have to write an introduction, and the second paragraph will talk about the causes. The third paragraph will talk about the problems of this cause, and the fourth paragraph will talk about the solutions. Finally, you have to present a solution. And this sample answer presents the introduction by giving a small justification. The Facebook and Twitter is already introduced as a social media sites which says that many a times inaccurate and bogus information appears on these platforms. And that is why the concern is adopting caution while reading and acting upon such news is the only solution. This particular introductory paragraph talks about the problem, the causes, as well as the solution in brief, which is then to be explained in detail in the rest of the paragraphs. You can see the second paragraph talks about the causes of the situation. The third paragraph talks about the problems caused by this situation, and the fourth paragraph talks about the suggested solutions. The fourth paragraph is a small paragraph because in the introduction itself we have presented that there is only one solution, that is adopting caution, and that is explained in detail in the fourth paragraph. Finally, the conclusion. It's just a summarization of what is explained in the body paragraphs and no new information is added. I would request you to read this sample answer in detail, taking into account all the vocabulary that is related to explaining the fake news or information, social media networks, how it can be tackled, or let's say the precautionary measures that can be taken to tackle this situation, and making a list of vocabulary used in context of this topic. This will definitely help you in building a very good vocabulary bank. Now let's do some homework. Here, do not forget to read the instructions before you move on to the main question. And then the main question here is that in many countries of the world, the average age of the population is rising rapidly. What are the reasons for an aging population? What are the effects of an aging population? So this question says you do not have to write any solution for this particular situation. You only have to present the reasons and the effects. So you can write 4 paragraphs. Let's take the introduction. The second paragraph will be talking only about the reasons. The third paragraph will describe only the effects, and the fourth paragraph will only talk about the conclusion. And that's it. This will be your answer. Plan your essay within the first 5 minutes to brainstorm the ideas in relation to the question. I would personally recommend you to watch this video twice or thrice to understand the structure and read the sample answer effectively to get into the hold of writing the answer related to problem solution essays. Today in this video, I will be giving you a step-by-step guidance, or let's say a very good approachable method of how to plan a double question essay and how to write a double question essay. So without wasting any time, let's get started. What are IELTS double question essays? I'll give you the answer. These are also called as direct question essays or two-part question essays. These are different from the other types of essays with 2 major characteristics. Number 1, they have one single statement or a topic followed by 2 different questions after it. And number 2, the questions may or may not be linked with each other. So first, let's look into what is a double question essay. An IELTS double question essay should be solved by combining the formats of other types of essay. First, we have to figure out whether the question has 2 or 3 parts. Then, we cover all the parts of the double question essay in 4 or 5 paragraphs. Now, the main question that arises is, how do I write a double question essay? My suggestion would be that you write the number of paragraphs according to the question. For example, if there is something that asks for your opinion in a general way, then write 5 paragraphs. And if there is no opinion asked but there are 2 major questions, then you can write 4 paragraphs. So ideally, the 4 paragraph structure should be followed, and how it should be. Paragraph 1, you write the introduction and do not forget to give the answers of those questions asked in the question in brief. So a clear description is not required, but yes, strong reasons are definitely required. Number 2, that is paragraph 2, will be completely surrounding around the first question. That is, you will be answering the first question. Paragraph 3, that is body paragraph 2, will talk about the second question, means the complete answer related to the second question. And finally, paragraph 4 is going to be conclusion. So you will be summarizing the main ideas in the conclusion and essay. Now let's look into the example question for which I have presented a very good sample answer. I would say it's a band 8 sample answer. The question is, in some countries, owning a home rather than renting one is very important for people. Why might this be the case? What are the advantages and disadvantages of owning a home? Now here, if you see, we have to take the combination of different essays. For example, number 1, obviously you would be taking the structure of advantages and disadvantages essay, where you have to write the benefits and drawbacks of owning a home, and you also have to write the cause why people actually prefer owning a house over renting a house, and why is it important for people nowadays. So this is how you would present the answers, and here I would definitely suggest you to go for 5 paragraphs. How would you do that? Do write the answer in 40 minutes and also make sure that you are writing around 250 words. For this sample question, I have actually presented the structure to be followed to give a very good answer, and here I would suggest you to take 5 paragraphs, and that is explained below. Paragraph 1, take the introduction where you will present the general idea, paraphrase the question followed by main arguments in short. Paragraph 2 will talk about the first part of the question. That means, why might this be the case? That is, owning a home rather than renting one. You have to write this particular answer explaining the reasons why people prefer own house. Paragraph 3 will be second part of the question, that is giving only the advantages of owning a house. Let's take one more paragraph, which will be paragraph 4, third part of the question, that is giving the disadvantages of owning a house. Finally, paragraph 5 is conclusion, where you are going to summarize the main points. That is, it will cover again the causes, the benefits and the drawbacks of owning a house, and that too in brief. You are going to summarize. Do not add any new point in the conclusion. Now here is the sample answer, wherein I have taken 5 paragraphs. The first paragraph talking about the introduction, do include the statements that I have already explained as a structure. Paragraph 2, that is body paragraph 1, which talks about why is this case, why people would go for owning a house rather than renting a home. The third paragraph, which has only the advantages of a own house, the fourth paragraph, which talks about the disadvantages, and finally the conclusion, which is the summarization of all the three main ideas. Make sure you write more than 250 words, and you can exceed till 285 or 290 words. Do take some time to read the complete sample answer to understand the different vocabulary used and the connection, that is the coherence and cohesion, that is showed between introduction and conclusion, as well as in the three body paragraphs. Now let us do some homework. It's very important that you learn something and you try to execute the plan in your own way, and that is why here is the question. The question says, in their advertising, businesses nowadays usually emphasize that their products are new in some way. Why is this? So the first question is, why is this? And the second question is, do you think it is a positive or negative development? How will you make the structure? Let me give you an idea explaining the structure of this particular question. Take the first paragraph as the introduction, where you will give brief answers related to why is this, and also say what you think. Is it a positive development or is it a negative development? So don't write about both. Write only about what you think. Take the second paragraph, which will completely describe about why is this case. So you have to give different reasons why businesses, they emphasize their products, saying that it has something new in another way or in some other manner. Then you have to talk about in the third paragraph whether it is a positive or negative development, giving supporting details and also try to give an example. Finally, take the conclusion in the last paragraph, just summarizing your general opinion, where you are trying to give it as a good or a bad development, as well as giving the reason of the businesses trying to emphasize their own products in different manner. Take 4 paragraphs ideally, but if you want to write the positive and the negative developments, and then if you want to give your opinion, you can take 5 paragraphs. This essay should be practiced only when you have completed the understanding of the other types of essays, and I would also suggest you to read the structure or go through the structure of this essay explained in the video, which will give you a very good understanding of writing the IELTS double question essays. Do not forget to write the answer of the sample question in the comment section. How would you introduce an essay to get a band 8 in your writing task 2? That is IELTS writing task 2. And why is the essay introduction so important to get a higher band score? And I have noticed that many students actually struggle in writing an impressive introduction. That is why today in this video, I will explain the elements of an essay introduction, giving you the necessary tips to write the introduction accurately. So without wasting any time, let's learn the elements of an essay introduction. So what are the elements of an effective introduction? The introduction paragraph acts as a roadmap for the entire essay. Thus, an examiner reads the essay introduction and understands what she is going to expect or what the essay will actually look like. So it's a kind of complete information that you're giving in the introduction. There are 4 elements of an essay introduction. Number 1, the general statement, or I would say the background statement, which gives the general idea. Number 2, paraphrase statement, that is, you paraphrase the question and try to link the general statement and the paraphrase statement together. Number 3, thesis statement. This is where you give your opinion. Hence, you will be writing the thesis statement only when the opinion-based essays are asked. Number 4, outline statement. Giving the reasons in brief or describing what you are going to explain in the following body paragraphs is called as an outline statement. So, be careful when you write an essay introduction, and you have to make sure that you write all the 4 elements, deciding what type of essay it is, and this will definitely give you a band 8 in your IELTS examination. Now let us take an example, and with this you will be better able to understand how to construct a good introduction. This is an argumentative essay. The question is, technology is becoming increasingly prevalent in the world today. In the not too distant future, technology will completely replace the teacher in the classroom. Do you agree or disagree? This is an opinion-based essay, or if I have to go in detail or in depth, I would say that this is an agree-disagree essay. What are the different things that you should keep in mind? First, find out the keywords. The keywords from this question are technology, teacher, and modern world. What would be the qualifying words? The qualifying words are increasing, that is, technology is increasing day by day. It may replace the teacher in the modern world, that is, in the classroom. So this is how you understand the keywords and the qualifying words, and finally you come to a conclusion of writing the first statement, that is the background statement. The action words, what you have to present. Do you agree or you disagree? Are you going to go with the statement, that is choosing the statement, or you are going to refute the statement, that is refuting? Finally, reworded question. Will technology someday take the place of a human teacher in the classroom? So you have to give the answer in terms of saying yes or no. If it is yes, yes, you agree. If it is no, that means you completely disagree. With the help of these words, you will be streamlined to form an excellent essay with perfect ideas. Now here we have a very good example of writing the general statement as well as the paraphrase statement. You can see the general statement, which is written as, the use of technology is increasing rapidly in the modern world. This statement talks about the use of technology, which is again a background statement taking the word or the keyword technology, and it is increasing in the modern world. The next statement is going to be paraphrase statement. It says, growing technological influence can even be seen in the classroom. So it's a cohesion, I would say, which is connecting the use of technology, and this use of technology has a great influence which is seen in the classroom as well. The use of technology that is connected with the influence in the classroom. After these statements, the main difficulty is with the thesis statement. Let me give you an easy guidance of how you can make an impressive thesis statement. What should you do for that? Answer the following questions to form the thesis statement. Will technology someday take the place of a human teacher in the classroom? There are three things. One, what would this mean? It means that students would learn entirely from computers. Number two, is this likely? Probably not. Disagreeing with the statement. Why? Because there are many reasons. Why not? A robotic teacher will not be able to discipline students, would not be able to cater to a student's learning needs, would not be able to encourage students as well as human, and would be boring and difficult to learn from computers. Is it easier to agree or disagree with this statement? Yes, it is, and here we come to the conclusion that we have disagreed to the statement. Hence, the thesis statement would be, I disagree that technology will completely replace human teachers in the foreseeable future. And now is the time that we make an outline statement. Following the disagreement position, the candidate needs to state what points they will use for support, and this statement is called as the outline statement. It basically states 2 points that will be used to support the thesis statement. Number one, a robot would not be able to cater to a student's learning needs. Number two, a technology-driven teacher would have difficulty encouraging students. Hence, just look into the outline statement. It says, analyzing the inability of a technology-driven teacher to both cater to students' learning needs and instill motivation will show this. In this manner, now we have a very good introduction gathering all the statements, and this is the introduction that can give you band 8 in your IELTS examination. Let's just go through the introduction on the whole. The use of technology is increasing rapidly in the modern world. Growing technological influence can even be seen in the classroom. Despite this, I disagree that technology will completely replace human teachers in the foreseeable future. Analyzing the inability of a technology-driven teacher to both cater to student learning needs and instill motivation will show this. You can see that this is a very good introduction which actually gives a general idea, paraphrase content, as well as the opinion, giving two basic reasons. Now here I have given you 3 examples. One which asks for your opinion, and wherein you will be writing 4 statements, that is giving your opinion and the supporting reasons in the introduction. The question number 2 is related to what level you think do the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Hence, you will be writing an opinion here, and you will also say that there are more number of advantages than disadvantages, which will be explained in the following paragraphs. Finally, there is a double question essay, and this particular essay will have only the answers to the 2 questions, and that too in brief. Do not write your opinion here because this question doesn't ask for any opinion. Write all the 3 introductions in the comment sections, and I would definitely give you the feedback or give you an alternative of how it can be written to the level of band 8. Giving an opinion or not giving an opinion is actually understood with the help of the type of the essay that is given in your examination, and with the help of the essay introduction, the examiner would clearly give you the correct band score in terms of task achievement. That is why I suggest you to practice the 3 questions given in this video. Write the answers in the comment section. Hi everyone, this is Yesha with IELTSmaterial.com. In my previous video, we learnt about how to write an IELTS essay introduction. This means every introduction will definitely have a conclusion, and here the question arises how to write an effective conclusion. That's why in this video I am going to share the simplest method of showing a connection between an introduction and a conclusion by writing a short and crisp conclusion. So without wasting any time, let's learn the technique. Let's learn what is a crisp conclusion. The conclusion paragraph rephrases the writer's main points and closes the arguments in an essay. It is easier to write a conclusion than the introduction and supporting paragraphs because it is made up of information that has already been delivered earlier in the response. The conclusion has 3 sentences or 3 elements. Number 1, summary. Number 2, restatement of thesis. This is only in the case of opinion-based essays. And finally, number 3, prediction or recommendation. Let us understand what are these 3 elements in detail. Number 1, summary sentence. The summary sentence restates the topic that were discussed in supporting paragraphs 1 and 2. It should always begin with a linking phrase such as in summary or to conclude. Restating thesis statement, which is the second statement. The restatement of thesis simply repeats the thesis in different words, reinforcing the opinion in the conclusion. I would repeat that this statement is only included when it is an opinion essay. The third statement is prediction or recommendation. The final sentence can be written as a logical guess regarding what will happen or is hoped to happen to the essay subject in the future as a prediction or a statement of advice regarding what should be done about the essay subject as a recommendation. Now let us take the example that we used in our previous video where we understood how to write an IELTS essay introduction. We would be taking the same example question here. The question was, technology is becoming increasingly prevalent in the world today. in the not too distant future, technology will completely replace the teacher in the classroom. Do you agree or disagree? Again, this is an opinion-based essay. Let us just take the recap of the introduction as well. The use of technology is increasing rapidly in the modern world. Growing technological influence can even be seen in the classroom. Despite this, I disagree that technology will completely replace human teachers in the foreseeable future. Analyzing the inability of a technology-driven teacher to both cater to students' learning needs and instill motivation will show this. Now, to understand in a better way, let's include the two supporting points that I used in writing the introduction. The 2 points were a robotic teacher's inability to cater to students' educational needs and a robotic teacher's inability to motivate students. Grouping into a single sentence, these two ideas would read, in summary, a robotic teacher would lack the classroom dynamism and emotional intelligence needed to be an effective instructor. Now, this is going to be your first sentence of the conclusion, which is the summary of the whole essay. The second sentence must restate the thesis statement in new words. Here is the original thesis. I disagree that technology will completely replace human teachers in the foreseeable future. Now, this thesis statement is reworded as, thus, it is clear that having a class run entirely by a machine is an idea that will not be realized anytime soon. This is just a rephrasing of the thesis statement that we used in the introductory paragraph. Now, the last sentence is the recommendation or the prediction statement. As this essay has shown, computer technology will not replace traditional human teachers in the predictable future. The conclusion paragraph is very complete now. Note how its sentences link to each other and to earlier parts of the essay. Here, presenting the final conclusion paragraph. I would just recite the paragraph for you. In summary, a robotic teacher would lack the classroom dynamism and emotional intelligence needed to be an effective instructor. Thus, it is clear why having a class run entirely by a machine is an idea that will not be realized anytime soon. As this essay has shown, computer technology will not replace traditional human teachers in the foreseeable future. Now, I would definitely not end the video without giving you some homework. I would request you to write a short conclusion for these 3 questions. You have already presented an introduction, and now is the task that you restate your introduction in the last paragraph of the essay. The first question is an opinion-based essay, that is an agree-disagree essay. Here, it becomes mandatory for you to repeat the opinion or reinforce the opinion in the conclusion. The second question is advantages and disadvantages essay, but this requires your opinion to restate that are the advantages more or are the disadvantages more. Now, the third question is a double question essay. You do not have to write any opinion, or I would say you do not have to restate any opinion in the conclusion. You only have to summarize the answers of the 2 questions given in this particular question pattern. The conclusion paragraph is sometimes confusing to candidates because it repeats items from earlier parts of the essay. Hence, practicing more and more essays will definitely help you in writing a good conclusion. It will help you in building a very good essay, ultimately giving you a very good band score in your IELTS examination. Complete the homework and write the conclusion in the comment section below for the 3 questions. Those are presented in this video. Did you watch my previous videos related to how to write an accurate introduction and a short conclusion in IELTS essays? You must be wondering about the supporting paragraphs, right? So here we are. Today I am going to teach you again the simplest method to write the 2 detailed supporting paragraphs, which will help you to complete your essay and get band 8 or a higher band score in your IELTS writing test. Let us collect the points and start writing. So let us learn what is a supporting paragraph. The supporting paragraph helps you to prove the thesis statement with real and factual evidences or statements, at least seemingly real or factual statements. There are 4 elements of a supporting paragraph. What are they? Number 1, topic. The main idea, or let's say the first reason of your opinion. Number 2, example. This will help you justify your main idea. Number 3, discussion. That means the supporting details which will help to support the main idea. And finally, number 4, conclusion. You're not going to write a conclusion here of the complete essay. It is just the conclusion of the main idea, or let's say the particular main idea to be presented in this paragraph. Now here we are going to use the same question that we have used in the previous videos to write the introduction and the conclusion. Let me just read out the question again. Technology is becoming increasingly prevalent in the world today. In the not too distant future, technology will completely replace the teacher in the classroom. Do you agree or disagree? Again, I would give you that this is an opinion-based essay where it is important to write your opinion. Here, this is the introduction. I have specifically highlighted the outline statement where we have the 2 main ideas. Let me just read out the outline statement from the introduction. Analyzing the inability of a technology-driven teacher to both cater to students' learning needs and instill motivation will show this. That means the 2 main ideas are the inability of a technology-driven teacher to cater to students' learning needs, and finally the second point is the difficulty a machine would have motivating students. Now, you must be wondering, what is this table? This table actually gives a clear description of all the elements or the pointers that we would be using to write the supporting paragraphs. I want you to understand all the points very carefully. You can see I've taken 2 paragraphs. Supporting paragraph 1, which talks about the needs of a classroom of students, and the second point talks about students' motivation, which cannot be achieved by a machine. I have taken a real world example. So the first example is talking about the sophisticated robots like Hinda Asimov, which would be definitely unable to recognize tactile cues from people. And the other one is taking a small kind of research survey saying that according to American scientific views of education, children learn better when they have a personal connection to their teachers. This is further discussed with 2 discussion points, saying that machines will not be able to adapt the instructions to a lively classroom, and the other point says that human attention is required rather than mechanical stimulus, and this will actually cause young toddlers to display emotion. Now you can see a very good logical conclusion given for both the paragraphs, which says before a machine can understand students' learning needs, a very long time will have passed. And compared to that, the other one is compared to learning from a human teacher, children would progress more slowly under computerized instruction. Let's write the first body paragraph. First, let us gather all the pointers to write the first body paragraph. I have taken all the points from the table, and these pointers are just a kind of notes that we have made, and now we would be connecting these pointers with the help of the linking phrases. You can see the linking phrases here used are, firstly, a teacher powered by artificial intelligence would have difficulty interpreting the educational needs of a classroom of students. And then to write an example, I've taken the linking phrase that is for example. For example, Honda Asimov, one of the world's most advanced robots, has trouble distinguishing simple human emotions. If today's most advanced artificial intelligence cannot categorize these basic physical cues, it is difficult to believe that a robot could be capable of altering study plans and teaching styles in a dynamic classroom setting. Thus means this is concluding. Thus, this makes it clear that a technology-driven teacher is not going to be operational anytime in the near future. So you can see very clearly I've taken 4 complete statements to describe the first body paragraph. Now let's move to write the second body paragraph. Taking all the 4 pointers again, you can see that the second body paragraph also is connected with a lot many linking phrases. The first one is starting with, secondly, a robotic teacher would not be able to establish the emotional connection needed to motivate students. The example herein is, the American scientific theory of education plays a good example here. Did you see that in the previous paragraph, I took the statement as for example, and here I am writing it as a simple sentence, taking it as a simple sentence. This widely supported theory argues that young learners are most motivated when they share an emotional relationship with their instructor. As most would agree, expecting children to form emotional ties to machinery is unrealistic, the argument that technology will replace the teacher in the classroom can be debunked. That means it can be eradicated. You can see how well the first paragraph and the second paragraph looks with the help of the pointers that we have taken. You should also try to make, or let's say build the body paragraphs in the same manner, but plan the body paragraphs before executing the plan. That means note making will help you, or let's say collecting the pointers will help you build a very good body paragraph. So it's every time that we do not end up the video without taking any homework. Here is your homework. We have already written an introduction and a conclusion for these 3 questions. And now is the time that you write supporting paragraphs related to these 3 questions. Hence, you would be able to complete 3 essays, and that is a very good part. It's a very good practice. So the first question talks about an opinion essay, that is an agree-disagree essay. The second question talks about advantages and disadvantages essays, where you have to write the opinion saying which one is more and which one is less. The third question is a double question essay, where you do not have to write any opinion, hence you will also not write any thesis statement. So you would only be answering the 2 questions given in this question. Finally, we have ended the writing sections understanding all the elements of an essay, or let's say the writing task 1. I would recommend you to practice as many essays and the questions as you can to get a band 8 in your IELTS examination.
Thank you for watching it till here. If you want to learn more tips and strategies for IELTS, then check out the description below and book a free demo class today.
Sentence completion questions are the most common questions in the IELTS reading test, whether it is academic or general training. If you practice these questions strategically, you can easily improve your reading score, that is your overall reading score. Today in this video, I am going to give you my 7 tips to solve IELTS reading sentence completion question task, and that too easily, helping you to improve your overall band score. So without wasting any time, let's get started. Before moving on to learn my 7 tips, let's understand what is sentence completion task. This is an old school gap filling activity where you would have to apply the skill of scanning, that is looking for specific information. The questions will be reflected in the same order of information that is in the text. You will be asked to complete the sentence by taking words directly from the text and not using your background knowledge. Now, please go through the 7 tips that I said I would be giving you to solve sentence completion task. Number 1, take a moment to understand the question and note the number of words allowed and whether you should take your answers from a list of words or from the text. Number 2, try to get an idea of what the summary or the sentences are about by skimming through them first. Number 3, have a go at guessing the answers first and then think about the word formations that may be required. Number 4, should you have a list of words to select from? Pay attention to words that often appear together for clues. Number 5, scan through the text and use synonyms to find the area which may have the information needed. Number 6, once located, read this section carefully and formulate a sentence ending. Number 7, write a sentence ending making sure that it makes sense grammatically. Here, my top tip is you must complete the sentences in a grammatically correct way or you will not get the marks. Let us continue to apply the strategies and do some practicing. There is only a small paragraph here which is talking about ancient Chinese chariots, and to this paragraph we have 3 questions which says very clearly complete the sentences below. You have to make sure that you read the instructions very carefully which says choose one word from the passage for each answer. You have to write only one word and you should not be writing more than one word, otherwise you would definitely lose your marks. Here, let me give you some understanding related to the questions given here. Question number 5 says, the hub is made of wood from the tree of dash. From what part of tree, or let's say from which type of tree? Definitely you would expect a noun here. Number 6 says, the room through the hub was to put tempering axle in which is wrapped up by leather, aiming to retain what? Again, you would write a noun here, aiming to retain an object. So what is the name of that object? Number 7 says, the number of spokes varied from 18 to, definitely you're going to write a number here because it clearly asks for a number between 18 to what? I have given you the explanation and now please take some time to find the answers. You can also write the answers in the comments section below. Now let's discuss the answers. Here, as I said, you would only be using one word. Make sure you do not write any answer more than one word. The 5th question said, the hub is made of wood from the tree of elm. So here the answer is elm. The spelling is E-L-M. You can find this right from the 2nd sentence of the paragraph, which says, wheels were constructed from a variety of woods. Elm provided the hub. Very clearly it is written the name of the wood. Take the 6th one which says, the room through the hub was to put tempering axle in which is wrapped up by leather, aiming to retain what? To retain oil. It is given right after 5th one, that is on the 4th line, which says the hub was drilled through to form an empty space into which the tempering axle was fitted, the whole being covered with leather to retain lubricating oil. Lubricating is an adjective and this doesn't say what to retain. Hence, you can only write oil, which is the correct answer. Taking the 7th one, which is right after the 6th one, the next line, which says the answer as 32. You can find it In the 7th sentence of the paragraph, a wheel by the 4th century BC usually had 18 to 32 of them. If you write 32 in words, taking a hyphen, then too it will be considered as correct because a hyphenated word is considered to be one word. I would suggest you to write it in a number because you can write this in number, you can also write this in word. It doesn't matter if you write in word or number. Beware of making any spelling errors when it comes to gap filling activity like sentence completion task or any other completion task, because you have to find the words from the passage, and as I said, you're not going to use any of your background knowledge. If you do this particular question task with the strategies explained in the video, you would definitely be able to get a great band score in your IELTS reading test. Many students are underconfident when it comes to IELTS reading true, false, not given questions. However, if you learn the tips and practice the strategy from this video, you will definitely be able to improve your overall IELTS reading band score. Hi everyone, this is Yesha with IELTSmaterial.com, and from today we are going to start the IELTS reading lessons. So be ready and learn the techniques to the core. Let's understand what is true, false, not given or yes, no, not given. Comparing statements to information in the passage and decide if they agree, disagree, or the information is not given, and this is called as true, false, not given or yes, no, not given. Here, to understand better, the problem is not with true, yes, but rather the difference between false and not given. We will learn the tips later in this video. However, choose true or yes if the information is the same as in the text. Choose false or no if the answer contradicts what is said in the text, and choose not given if there is no information provided in the passage. Now here are 6 important tips to solve true, false, not given questions. Number 1, take a moment to understand the question and read the statements. Think of synonyms and paraphrases for keywords in the statements. Skim through the text and use the keywords, synonyms and paraphrases of the statements to find the paragraph with the relevant information. Read that paragraph carefully and underline the part that you believe confirms your answer. This can help if you need to check your answers later. If you cannot find the answer, then note it down as not given and move on to the next statement. Repeat until all statements are covered. My most important top tip here is be careful to not simply skim or scan to find the answer. You must read the paragraph intensively to check the facts, because you also apply the strategy of reading for detail. Now here is our passage which talks about the history of pencil, and we have questions 8 to 11. True means if the statement agrees with the information. False means if the statement contradicts the information, and not given means if there is no information on this. Make sure you write the complete answer and do not write only the letter that is T or F or NG. You will definitely lose marks if you write the answers in this manner. We have 4 questions here, and from these 4 questions I'll make you understand what are controlling words and what are keywords. Question number 8 is, Italy is probably the first country of the whole world to make pencils. Probably the first are the controlling words, which clearly says that Italy is the first country. It actually controls the whole statement. Question number 9 says Germany used various kinds of wood to make pencils. It actually clarifies the statement saying that Germany used various kinds of wood, and these are the keywords. Question number 10 says graphite makes a pencil harder and sharper. Does a pencil becomes sharper and harder using graphite? If yes, then the answer is going to be true. If no, then the answer is going to be false. Try to question yourself as well sometimes to get a clearer answer as true or false. If there is no information related to a pencil becoming hard or sharp, then it will be not given. Question number 11 says, in Britain, pencils are not produced anymore. The controlling words are not produced, and in Britain is the keyword. Here, not produced clearly states that pencils are currently not produced in Britain. So it should be exactly the same. Let it be from different words, but the meaning should not be changed. Now, I would suggest you to note down the questions and I will give you some time to complete the task. Try to apply the tips that we learned before starting the exercise. I hope you must have got all the answers of the 4 questions. Let's discuss the answers. Question number 8 is true. It is in the first paragraph, the third line, which says, in Italy, graphite sticks were initially wrapped in string or sheepskin for stability, becoming perhaps the very first pencil in the world. That means the first pencils were from Italy, probably being the first country of the whole world. And that is why the statement says true. This is explained in a different way, but the meaning is the same. Question number 9, which says Germany used various kinds of wood to make pencils. The answer is not given, which is again in the first paragraph, and you just have to go to the last 5th line, where it is said German people. Yes, obviously Germany or German people is there, but it is not talking about various kinds of wood. Means there is no reference related to used various kinds of wood, and that is why this particular question has the answer as not given. Question number 10 says graphite makes a pencil harder and sharper. False. Why it is false? Just go through the second paragraph, 5th line, which says very clearly, the more clay you put in, the higher hardness the core has. That means graphite does not make a pencil harder or sharper. Instead, clay makes pencils harder and not graphite. And that is why we would be taking the answer as false. The 11th question says, in Britain, pencils are not produced anymore. That means there is no production anymore. The answer is false. Just go to the last paragraph, and the first line very clearly talks about, in England, pencils continue to be made from whole sawn graphite. That means England has not stopped the production of pencils. And that is why the answer comes to false. So, wasn't it easy to complete the task? Practicing these questions, that is true, false, not given questions in the same manner and applying the strategies exactly the same way that I did in this video will definitely help you in getting a great band score in IELTS reading examination. A difficult and a confusing question task of reading module where IELTS aspirants are unaware about the exact strategy. What question task am I talking about? Yes, it is IELTS Reading Matching heading questions. But today I am going to give you an easy and interesting method to solve this question. So without wasting any time, let's learn the technique. So what is a matching heading question task? In this question type, you are provided with 7 to 8 paragraphs marked with alphabets or letters and a list of headings against these paragraphs. The idea is, or let's say the goal is, to match the information, the exact information of each paragraph with a suitable heading. Usually there are more number of headings than the paragraphs, and the best idea is to underline the first and the last lines of each paragraph to get the general idea, because you do not have to worry about any specific details here. Now let's understand the tips to solve matching heading questions. Number 1, look through the list of headings first. Understand the main idea of each heading. Number 2, underline the first and last lines of each paragraph and do not pay attention to the specific details. Number 3, understand the idea in the first paragraph and try to match the idea with the given list of headings. Number 4, if you do not see a match, move on to the next paragraph. Number 5, if you are not sure of the answer, do not waste too much time on one paragraph. Number 6, do not worry about the words that you are unsure of the meaning. You only need the main idea, and it is not important to infer the meaning of all the words. Number 7, understand that the list of headings do not follow the same order. Number 8, write only the Roman numbers as your answers and not the complete heading. Here my best tip is, many times you will tend to get the answers from the first few lines of the paragraph. Now here is the exercise where you should apply the strategy that I explained a couple of seconds ago. Here you can see that there are 3 paragraphs marked with the alphabets or the letters. Let's say paragraph A, paragraph B and paragraph C are given here. You can see that there are 8 list of headings given. For each paragraph you have to select only one correct suitable heading, and in the answer sheet you only have to write the Roman numbers. I am going to give you some time here to attend the question task, and I would also request you to give me the answers in the comments section below. Let's check the answers now. Paragraph A has the answer as Roman number 4. Paragraph B has the answer as Roman number 8. And paragraph C has the answer as Roman number 3. Now let me explain you about the answers here. Paragraph A. After reading this paragraph, we can clearly see that its main idea is to describe the wildlife in Australia during Pleistocene. This idea is briefly written in the first sentence. Australia's wildlife is unique. Also notice the different vocabulary that has been used. For example, supersized mammals, giant beast, and these actually talk about the different wildlife of Australia during Pleistocene. So the correct answer is incredible creatures of Pleistocene Australia. Paragraph B, this paragraph says that we don't know why these creatures disappeared. So it's a mystery. And again, the first sentence of this paragraph summarizes its main idea. None of these animals survive today, although exactly why that's the case is a mystery. And that is why this is very clearly highlighted in the paragraph, and we would be taking the correct answer as mystery of the giant's disappearance. Paragraph C is the answer as myths and reality, because it is actually comparing the myths of the monstrous creatures. Those were included in the Aboriginal mythological Dreamtime, and the comparison is with the real life monsters that once stalked Australia's plains. Are the myths based in fact? This is why we would take the answer as myths and reality. Note that arrival of Australian Aboriginals is also mentioned in this paragraph, but it does not play a key role. To complete this question task, I would suggest you to attend all the other answers, that is the easy ones, beforehand, and take this question task at the end of your examination. This will give you a mental stability and a relaxation that you have already completed the easy questions, and now only the list of headings questions are left, which can be done at the end of the examination. We have labeled many diagrams in our school days and college days, and we have enjoyed this particular question task at that time. Then why are we confused when it comes to IELTS reading module, and really we feel difficult to solve this question task? Actually, with the explanation, you must have understood about the question task that I am going to teach you today. Yes, it is IELTS reading diagram completion task. And today in this video, I am going to take you back to your school days, explaining you or showing you the easiest method of solving diagram completion task. So without wasting any time, let's get started. So what is a diagram completion task? This is a task where you are asked to label the parts of a diagram or a scheme according to the information given in the task. To complete this task quickly, the best tip is to underline the new terms or names that can contribute to the parts of the diagram. No hard tips to solve. Just listen carefully and understand the basic method. Number 1, read the text and underline the names and the new terms that you come across. Number 2, look at the diagram and think of which parts you can label with. Finally, number 3, check your assumptions by looking back at the underlined terms and label parts you are sure of. Before practicing the task, I would like you to do some exercising, and then we would move on to complete the task. Now look at this particular passage. The main heading says the chicken egg. This will definitely give you a great idea of what the diagram would be or what the passage is about. Now, you have to underline all the terms that you come across. For example, in the first sentence, you can see the words albumin, yolk, shell, germinal disc, chalaza, and air cell. This actually would definitely give you an idea that these can be the parts of the chicken egg. But where would you place these parts is the main question. Again, you can just go to the other paragraphs and underline the same terms, or let's say the other terms that you come across. This will help you in getting the correct answers and label the diagram effectively. Now, before moving on to the exercise, let's understand the instruction. The instruction says, complete the diagram below. The number of words that you are advised to write here are no more than 2 words. That means you can write the answer in 1 word. You can also write the answer in 2 words. Now, as I said, let's just understand the different words that I can underline before doing the task. The first sentence says albumin, yolk, shell, germinal disc, chelasa and air cell as the new terms. The second paragraph, the first line, again I would repeat the word yolk. And in the same paragraph, we do have the term that is lecithin, an effective emulsifier. And later on, we also have chelasa, a spiral rope-like strand. The third paragraph has the term albumin. The fourth paragraph has two terms, that is shell, and the last sentence also has calcium carbonate. Coming to the other side, the first paragraph on the other side has air cell and the other word carbon dioxide, and the last paragraph has two different terms called germinal disc and plastodisc. From these words, you would definitely get the answers because just beside these words, you would also find their description. For example, just look at the second paragraph, which has the word yolk in the first sentence. It also has a small description saying that the yellow inner part of the egg. Now, where is the yellow inner part? Definitely, fifth one would be the answer as yolk, because that actually states the yellow inner part of the egg. In the similar manner, you can find the answers of the other parts as well. I would give you some time to complete this task. Now, let's check the answers. Number 1 says shell. Just go to the fourth paragraph where it is written the shell. It is a hard protective coating of the egg. That means it is the outer part of the egg, and that is why the answer is shell. Number 2, germinal disc. If you just come to the other side of the passage, the second paragraph says, let's look at the germinal disc. It's a small circular white spot 2 to 3 millimeter across on the surface of the yolk. That means it is talking about the circular round part just in the middle of the yolk. Germinal disc is going to be your second answer. The third answer is chelasa. Again, come to the first part of the passage, that is the second paragraph, last third line, which says, yolk is anchored by chelasa, a spiral rope-like strand that anchors the yolk in the thick egg white. There are two chelasa. So you can see on the upper part, that is on the top, and on the bottom, and that's why the third answer will be chelasa. Fourth one is albumin. Just go to the third paragraph on the first side of the passage, the first line, which says very important part of the egg is the albumin, which is the inner thick white part of the egg. And this very clearly states that our answer for the fourth one is going to be albumin. Fifth one I had already explained you, so let's go to the sixth one. The answer for sixth one is air cell. On the other side of the passage, the first sentence which says air cell is an air space that forms when the contents of the egg cool and contract after the egg is laid. That is why this is the bottom part which is presented in this particular paragraph, giving a very clear description. And the sixth answer is air cell. You can see how easily we have found all the answers of this diagram, and that too according to the number of words given. This was really easy, isn't it? Diagram completion questions are majorly expected in IELTS academic reading module and are the easiest questions which can definitely help you enhance your overall reading score. There are a few questions in IELTS reading module which are least expected in the examination. One of them is IELTS Reading Matching Sentence Endings question task. But anyways, it is important to learn the strategies, that is the exact method to solve these questions. Hi everyone, this is Yesha with IELTSmaterial.com welcoming you all to my reading lessons. And today I am going to teach you the basic, or I would say easy method to solve IELTS Reading Matching Sentence Ending question task. So without wasting any time, let's learn the technique. What is matching sentence endings? The definition is really difficult, but I'll make it easy for you. A sentence ending is the last section of a sentence that completes it both grammatically and in terms of meaning. In IELTS reading, the matching sentence endings question will provide you with a list of sentence endings. The question will be beginnings of sentences which you will need to complete by choosing the correct sentence ending from the list. This question type does not appear as frequently in IELTS reading test but is most definitely worth practicing. Now let us understand the tips to solve this question task quickly. Number 1, read the sentences in the questions and answer options to get the main idea. Number 2, underline the first and last lines of each paragraph. Number 3, try to match the grammar of the questions and the sentence endings. Number 4, check if you can predict the match implementing the grammar rules. Number 5, you may not get the answers in sequence. Number 6, there will be more endings than the beginnings of the sentences in the questions. Number 7, beware of word spotting and apply the sub-skill of paraphrasing and synonyms. Number 8, to help with time management, complete the easy questions first and do not waste a long time if you do not get any answer quickly. Complete the difficult questions at the end. Note, this is very important. The full sentence must make grammatical sense. Only then your answers are going to be correct. Now, you can see that there is a passage here related to another intelligence. I have taken 3 questions and to these questions there are 5 sentence endings. Understand the questions first. Number 1, it is talking about knowing one's emotions. Number 2, one aspect of managing one's emotion. You only have to give one aspect. Number 3, self-motivation. So what is self-motivation? Go to the passage and try to find these question words, or let's say the paraphrase words of the question. I would give you a hint to solve this particular exercise. Just see the first one, which is in the first paragraph, 6th line. The first is knowing one's own emotions, and thereafter you will definitely find your answer. Go to the list of sentence endings, understand the endings, and then try to match one of the endings correctly with the first question. This is how you will find the answers for the other questions as well. I would give you some time to complete 3 questions and I will also explain you the answers as I did for the first one. Now let's understand the answers. Number 1, as I said, it is in the first paragraph, which says being able to recognize that one is in an emotional state and having the ability to identify which emotion is being experienced. So it actually talks about involving both recognition and identification, and that is why the answer is C. Now check that the question and the answer ending matches grammatically. So here, knowing one's emotions involves both recognition and identification. Perfect. Bingo. Good to go. Let's go to the second one. One aspect of managing one's emotion is in the second paragraph, first line, which says this involves dealing with emotions like jealousy, resentment, anger, etc. that one may have difficulty accepting by. That means the answer is A, is that some emotions means jealousy, resentment, anger are difficult to accept. Here also, I would again recommend you to take the question and the sentence ending and match it exactly grammatically correct or not. Take the third one, self-motivation, which is again in the second paragraph and 8th line, which gives you clearly the definition of self-motivation. Our emotions can simultaneously empower and hinder us, so it is important to develop the ability to control them. And that is why self-motivation is achieved by learning to control emotions. This was a difficult task, but I made it easy. Also, if you try to match the questions and the answers grammatically, it would really become easier for you to get all the answers correct in this particular question task. IELTS Reading Summary Completion task is the most important question task of reading module, and hence it is very important for you to know the tips to solve this question task. Hello everyone, this is Yesha with IELTSmaterial.com. Today in this video, I am going to make you understand about 3 things. 1. What is IELTS Reading Summary Completion task? Number 2. Tips to solve this question task, and finally number 3, a guided practice. So without wasting any time, let's get started. What is summary completion task? This is again a gap filling activity that assesses your ability to understand the details in the text. This will usually be dependent on one part of the text and not the complete passage or the whole text. There are 2 different variations of summary completion task. Number 1, you will have to select the answers directly from the text. Number 2, you may have to select the answer options, or let's say the answers already given as list of options. Today we are going to understand the first variation of summary completion task, that is without suggested options. Let's understand what are the tips to get the most out of this task. Number 1, without suggested options, this means instructions are very important. Read the instructions very carefully to understand the number of words to be taken as the answer. Number 2, read the question paragraph understanding what words can be paraphrased. Number 3, do not follow the exact words, rather find synonyms. Number 4, ensure that you get connected to the text grammatically. Number 5, do not make any spelling errors, as you can copy the answer from the text. A very important note is the full sentence must make grammatical sense. Now here is our question task. You can see that I have taken a small passage to make you understand the concept very clearly. Read the instructions first, which was our first tip. It says choose no more than 3 words from the text for each answer. That means you will select either 1 word or 2 words or 3 words. Now, before moving on to the passage, read the question paragraph. Also underline the keywords, that is the words before and after the blank. For example, let's take the first one. Underline actually quiet. It is actually quiet, and then compare to other stars. Number 2, light elements, or let's say the main constituents. What are the main constituents of this closest star? In this manner, try to underline the keywords before and after the blank, which will make you understand the paraphrase content in the passage. Now, I will give you some time to complete all the 6 blanks and try to give the answers in the comments section below. Let us discuss the answers now. The first answer is average star. Just look at the passage, the third line, which says considered to be a fairly. This is paraphrased as it is actually quiet, which is in the question paragraph. Just read the complete sentence now. We now think it is actually quite average star, and the same is given in the passage. It is now considered to be a fairly average star. Both these sentences almost mean the same, and that is why we have got the answer as average star. In the similar way, I have found the other answers as well. The second answer is hydrogen and helium, which is in the 5th sentence, which says that there are a number of elements out of which the vast majority of it, that is, the main constituents, are in the form of hydrogen and helium. The third answer is nuclear fusion. This is a process, and there is only one process that is mentioned in this passage or paragraph is nuclear fusion, the process by which hydrogen is converted into helium. Now, the fourth one is expand. In the same passage, just go to the 10th line, which says start to expand, and in the question paragraph it says begin to expand. See how it is paraphrased. The 5th one is become cooler. After expansion, what happens? It becomes cooler, and that is why the answer is become cooler. The last answer, 6th one, is iron and carbon, which is what are the other elements that can be observed in the sun? And they are the other elements present in the sun, such as iron and carbon, and hence this is the answer for the 6th one. We have got all the answers now. See, it was very easy. Here, did you notice a lot of paraphrasing was done, and this is the only method to complete IELTS reading summary completion task. And trust me, this will become more easier if you keep on practicing this question task regularly with different passages. Also ensure that you learn a few vocabulary which can be used in your writing answers as well. If you remember, in my previous video, we learned about a completion task named IELTS Reading Summary Completion Task without suggested options. Today, we are going to learn the second variation of the same question task, which is IELTS Reading Summary Completion with suggested options. Hello everyone, this is Yesha with IELTSmaterial.com, and I will not waste a lot of time. I would take directly to learn the strategies of today's lesson. Let us understand again what is summary completion task. It is a gap filling activity that assesses your ability to understand the details in the text. In short, you're going to scan for specific information, and you will definitely find this in one part of the text and you don't have to go to the complete passage. Today we are going to learn the strategies of the second variation, that is IELTS Reading Summary Completion with suggested options. That is, we will find a few list of answer options in the box and we are going to select the answer from the answers already given. Now, before moving on to look at the guided practice or the exercise, let's understand the tips. Are we going to change the steps to combat this task? No, not at all. Just a few changes would do. Tip number 1, with suggested options. This means that you will be selecting the answer from a list of answer options given. Tip number 2, read the question paragraph understanding what words can be paraphrased. Tip number 3, do not follow the exact words, rather find synonyms and antonyms as the similar meaning words will be given in the list of options. Tip number 4, ensure that you get connected to the text grammatically. Tip number 5, do not make any spelling errors as you just have to select the answers from the options. Tip number 6, read the instructions whether to select the word or the correct letter from the options. Now here is a small passage which will help you understand this particular question task very effectively. You can see that the instruction only says that you have to select the words given in the box and choose these words suitably according to the blank, or let's say the words given before and after the blank. I will not explain the strategy because you're going to use the same strategy that we did in the previous video. Let me give you just one hint. Read the first question, that is, exoplanets go around a star in a dash way. How do they move, or what is the movement, or let's say, do they move in a different manner or do they move in a similar manner? Try to find the same type of word in the passage. You will get your answer. Hence, you're going to find only the synonyms. You might not get the exact words as well. Let me give you some time to complete this task, and I will come back after a minute to explain the answers and make you understand where I have found the answers from the passage. Here it is. Question number 1, the answer is similar. Just read the first sentence which says, exoplanets are bodies orbiting other stars in the same way. That means they go round a star in a similar way. Same, similar, both are similar meaning words. Take the second one which says different methods. Different. It is there in the fourth line which says 300 exoplanets have been identified using various methods. That means different methods. The third one is observe them indirectly. Just look into the fifth line which says work indirectly, and also why? Because it is impossible to see small objects. That is, it is impossible to see or observe the objects indirectly. So this is what we are going to write as the answer, observe. Number 4 is movement. Just go to the 8th line which says small changes in the position of a star. The first method, or let's say one method which talks about the movement of the stars or measures the movement of the stars. The fifth answer is decrease. Decrease in light. Just go to the last part of the passage, the last second line which says drop in brightness. Drop means decrease, brightness means light. You can see a lot of paraphrasing or synonyms used. Use a similar method to do different tasks so that you understand this question task very effectively. How easy it was to understand and connect the synonyms to find the answers, and I would definitely suggest you to do a lot of practicing with different passages so that you connect to the answers way quickly with the help of paraphrasing, or let's say by finding the synonyms. Also, try to learn different vocabulary which can be used in your writing task as well. There are great chances that you may get matching views or classification question task in your IELTS reading examination. Students, they feel that these questions are really easy, but they make major mistakes while attending this question task and end up losing their band score. Hence, I would recommend you to watch this video and learn the perfect strategy to solve IELTS Reading Matching Views question task. Hi everyone, this is Yesha with IELTSmaterial.com, helping my students to get a higher band score in their examination. So without wasting any time, let's get started. So what is the definition of this question task? This task is to match a set of statements or opinions with a list of options. Those are classified according to people, places, or ideas. What are the skills tested? Skim and scan to get the general information first. Read the statements in detail to match the correct statements with the correct options. Now, let us learn the tips to complete this task. Number 1, some options may not be used and others may be used more than once. Tip number 2, identify only 1 to 2 keywords in the statements or think about synonyms. Tip number 3, scan read the text for people or place and then look for the main idea in the statements. Tip number 4, once you think you have the correct paragraph, read for meaning. Tip number 5, mind that the statements sometimes may not be in the same order in the text. Tip number 6, finally select the option and repeat the process until you finish all the questions. Remember that you write only the correct alphabet or the letter as your answers, such as A, B, C or D and etc. So here you have an exercise to apply the perfect strategy that you have just learned. You can see that there are 4 questions given and there are 3 options. That means you can repeat any option more than once. Now just read the statements clearly and carefully. The first statement is Greece and Persia go to war for the first time. Mark the keywords Greece and Persia and for the first time. That means they went on war for the first time. Question number 2, historians criticize Herodotus' accounts. So historians, are they or were they bothered about Herodotus' accounts? Number 3, Thucydides is born. Question number 4, war breaks out between Athens and Sparta. So here you can see that there are 3 options given. Option number A, which talks about before the birth of Herodotus. Option number B, during the life of Herodotus. and option number C, after the death of Herodotus. Now here if you see that the passage in the second line, it's given when Herodotus was born. It is 484 BC and eventually dying approximately 60 years later. Now just listen to this very carefully. Now here you need to understand that when it is BC, you need to go backwards. That means 484 minus 60, then that will be the resulting year when Herodotus died or expired. In this manner, just try to understand how to calculate the years and eventually you have to mark those years to the correct option. I will give you some time to find the answers and then I'll also explain you how or where the answers are. Here are the answers. So, I have marked 60 years later just to give you an understanding when Herodotus died. The first one, the answer is B, during the life of Herodotus. You can see that his work on the Greco-Persian Wars, the first of which took place in 490 BC. This comes after the birth of Herodotus. 490 BC. So that's why I said you just have to minus those years and go backward. That means in the ascending order and stretch it to more 60 years. Here you can see that it's very clearly given Greco-Persian Wars. It took for the first time in 490 BC. Now let's go to the second one. Historians criticize Herodotus' account. It is C, after his death. You can see just below, that is the second one, which says involved extensive traveling, although historians, and the year is mentioned, that is 106 to 43 SC. This is after his death, means after 60 years, and that is why the answer is C. Question number 3, Thucydides is born, and the answer is B. Right in the same passage, if you just count the last 8th line, it says he was younger to Herodotus, that is 25 years his junior. This very clearly says that after 25 years from the birth of Herodotus, Thucydides was also born. Next, question number 4. War breaks out between Athens and Sparta. The answer is B. It is given in the last line, which says first 20 years of the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta. The years are also mentioned, and this is during his life, and hence we have got all the answers. You might get confused with the years, but that is why I have taken this passage to very clearly make you understand about the calculation of the years or the calculation of the time period. This was another difficult task in terms of matching information, but I think I have made it easy for you to understand, and you will definitely get a higher band score if you solve more and more questions of the same category. Make sure that you do it with the same strategy, and you will definitely get a very good band score in your IELTS reading examination. IELTS reading multiple choice questions are the easiest one, but Many students fail to attend this question task perfectly with correct strategy. Don't worry about it. In this video, I am going to give you the easy strategy to solve this question task and get a higher band score in your IELTS examination. Hi everyone, this is Yesha with IELTSmaterial.com, helping my students to achieve their dreams with IELTS. So without wasting any time, let's get started. What is multiple choice question task? This task requires a student to select one correct answer or multiple correct answers from different alternatives. This task is categorized into three different types of questions. Number one, selecting one correct answer from 4 different options, and this is also called as selecting single answer. Number 2, selecting 2 correct answers from 5 different options, means selecting multiple answers. And finally, the option number 3, that is selecting 3 correct answers from 7 different options. This is also called as selecting multiple answer. Now here are the tips to solve multiple choice questions. Listen very carefully and understand the 4 alternative factors. Find the incorrect answers first by identifying them as the information not mentioned at all in the text, that is not given, mentioned but the information is irrelevant, again it's not given, mentioned but the information refers to someone or something else, that means false, the opposite of something mentioned in the text, again it's going to be false. This is the only and the easiest method to solve multiple choice question task. Now let's take an exercise. You can see I have taken a very small passage and there are only 2 questions where you have to select the correct letter A, B, C or D. Write the correct letter for questions 1 and 2. I will give you some time and try to apply the strategy of true, false, not given. The information which is completely contradictory, you would just eliminate that option. And if you do not find any information which is there in the alternative, eliminate that information as well. Striking off the wrong alternatives will definitely give you the correct answer at the end of each question. So here your time starts now. So see, the first question, the answer is B. Took a long time to become a reality. Here, if you see the passage, the 3rd line, it says, David Lloyd George suggested that people should pay national insurance every week when they are fit and working in order to enjoy benefits when they are sick and unemployed. It wasn't till 1948. That means it took a long time to become a reality. That means put it into practice. It took a longer time period, or I would say more number of years. That is why the answer is B. Question number 2, the answer is A. We're involved in helping poor people. Just go exactly the next sentence right after the first one, which is, of course, there had been some system of aid for the poorer members of society, either from charities or from local authorities. That means we're involved in helping poor people. Local authorities were involved in helping poor people. You must have seen that this task involves a strategy of true, false, not given, and this actually helps in solving the multiple choice questions way quickly, just less than a minute. So, what is this? This is actually double learning from one lesson. There are a few questions in IELTS reading module that are not as difficult as they look. Following a step-by-step strategy that I will explain in this video will certainly help you in getting all the correct answers. Today, we are going to discuss the easy strategy to solve IELTS reading flowchart completion task. Hi everyone, this is Yesha with IELTSmaterial.com, helping my students achieve their dreams with a higher band score in the IELTS examination. So without wasting any time, let's understand the easy strategy. What is a flowchart completion task? This is a task where you are asked to write the answers according to the number of words given following a sequence or process. This task requires all the skills to be used, that is skimming, scanning and paraphrasing, where scanning is going to be the major task. A few things to be kept in mind before learning the step-by-step strategy. Number 1, the question task may not be in the same form as the structure of the flowchart varies. This type of question may be represented in several different ways. Number 2, try to predict the type of word required in the blank. Example, noun, verb, adverb and adjective. This will help you to find the answers quickly. Number 3, take the answers from the passage or the text. Do not use your background knowledge or any other synonyms as answers. Finally, number 4, ensure that the sentences make sense grammatically. If they do not fit appropriately, then the answer is wrong. Now, let us learn the strategy. It is the basic 5-step strategy which is very easy to be understood. Number 1, read the instructions carefully to understand the number of words to be written as the answer. Number 2, look at the structure of the flowchart to find the clues and to predict the answer. Number 3, read the sentences or phrases to find the type of word required in each blank. Number 4, the blanks will follow a chronological order and underline the words before and after the blanks. Finally, find the answers by scanning and writing according to the number of words. Now here is your question task. If you see there is a very small passage and you only have to answer 3 questions here related to the flowchart given. The instruction says that you have to write no more than 2 words. That means you can write 1 word or you can write 2 words. Read the main heading that is given in the flowchart. It says, how a caloric restriction mimetic works. Here, if you see, this follows a process. Number 1, which is the second part, and there are 2 theories explained, theory 1 and theory 2. Talking about these different aspects, these work as keywords which will help you to locate the answers or at least try to find the location of the answers respectively. Find theory 1 and theory 2 which will help you get the answers for the second one and for the third one. And before theory 1 or theory 2, you will definitely find the first one. Now, I am going to give you some time to get the answers. Please underline the keywords before and after the blank. These will be paraphrased and it will definitely help you get the answers way quickly. Now here are the answers. Number 1, which is glucose. If I read the whole statement, it says less glucose is processed. Just go to the second paragraph, 6th line, which says caloric restriction minimizes the amount of glucose. Minimizes, that means less glucose is processed. And the next step is very clearly mentioned, which says decreases ATP generation. That means we have got the correct answer. Now coming to theory 1. The question is cells less damaged by disease because fewer dash are emitted. Fewer free radicals. Now if you just go to the passage, I have clearly mentioned one possibility relates to the ATP making machineries. That means theory 1, where it is very clearly mentioned emission of free radicals. That means fewer free radicals are emitted. In the passage, it is given in the active voice, wherein in the answer or the question, it is given in the passive voice. The correct answer is free radicals. Now coming to the third question, which is theory 2, and the question is cells focus on dash because food is in short supply. The answer is preservation. Focus on, emphasizes can be taken as keywords or the paraphrased words. Here if you see the passage, the last 5th line, which talks about another hypothesis, that is theory 2. And the last line very clearly says that food is scarce, that means food is in short supply, and it is important to focus on preservation. That means emphasizes preservation. And that is why we take the answer as preservation. You must have seen that here skimming, that is quick reading, is done. Scanning, that is we have searched for the specific information, and we have also utilized the skill of paraphrasing. For example, less means minimizes. Emission is taken as emitted, as well as focus on is taken as emphasizes. We have used all the 3 skills, that is skimming, scanning and paraphrasing. Always remember to solve and practice easy questions first, and flowchart completion is one of the easiest questions that can definitely help you to enhance your overall reading band score. Hence, practice these questions to get a band 8 in your IELTS reading examination. I will give you some hint and you have to find the answer or the name of the question task of reading module that I am talking about. Name the question task that is overwhelming but important and requires strong skimming and scanning skills. Any guesses? Any guesses? No? Let me explain you. I am talking about IELTS Reading Matching Information question task. Today in this video, I will explain 3 things. Number 1, definition of matching information. Number 2, skills tested related to this question task. And finally, number 3, a guided practice. Hi everyone, this is Yesha with IELTSmaterial.com, helping my students achieve their dreams and a higher band score in their IELTS examination. So without wasting any time, let's get started with the 3 main objectives of today's lesson. Definition of matching information. What is matching information? This is a task where you are asked to identify the paragraph that contains the information in the question. You will need to look for specific content in the text. These are not tricky questions. The statements are the questions but in other words. Answers do not follow the same order or sequence, but the good part is that you will find the statements in the text. This question is majorly found in IELTS General Training Reading module. Here are the tips to solve this question task. Number 1, read all the question statements on one go and mark the keywords, those can be paraphrased. Number 2, underline the first and last sentence of each paragraph to understand the general information. Number 3, think of synonyms to keywords or phrases in the question statements. Number 4, match the keywords and the similar words in the passage followed by the main idea. And finally, number 5, repeat the process for all other questions and write only the correct letter as A, B, C, etc. as your answer. Now here is your question task to practice. You can see that I have taken the question task or the section exactly according to IELTS General Training module. Here, 5 questions are presented in relation to 4 advertisements. These 4 advertisements are tagged as A, B, C and D. There are 5 questions and you have to apply the strategy accordingly. The first step is read the 5 questions on one go and understand the main idea. Also make sure that you read the note which is given as you may use any letter more than once. Means there are 5 questions and we only have 4 options. We will be repeating one or the other option once or twice. In this manner, you have to understand that matching information is actually easy using the strategy of skimming and scanning. You will skim read the whole text and scan the main idea after reading the question statements. Now, I will give you some time to understand the question statements and find the answer relevant to the advertisements given. I hope you have completed the task. Let's understand the answers now. The first one says up-to-date teaching systems. That means obviously they would be talking about modern techniques or something like that which is completely up-to-date. The answer is B, Global Language Learning Center. If you see here, it talks about latest methods. That means up-to-date methods. Number 2, the answer is D, that the institution has been established for a significant time. Means it has been a long time that this institute has been developed. The TESOL Center has more than 24 years experience in providing quality language programs for overseas students. 24 years. A significant time or a long time, and that is why for the second question the answer is D. The third question is that arrangements can be made for activities outside class. Outside class will be my main keyword and the answer is C. Go to the advertisement C which talks about the different centers and it is also representing the areas. Where is it? Can you just let me know where is it? It's very clearly mentioned as Club Franquias. Means it is not arranged in any institute or in any other coaching center. The classes or the activities are arranged in a club. That is why the answer is C. Number 4, a wide variety of language choices. The answer is A. Very clearly it's given Mandarin, Cantonese, Thai, Vietnamese, Korean, Indonesian, English, Spanish, Italian, German, Russian. This says a variety of language choices. Question number 4 was very easy. Number 5 is examination classes. That means the answer is D. TESOL is an examination and in the second point it is also said test preparation. That means they also prepare for the test. They help the students prepare for the test, which is called as TESOL. And that is why the answer is D. See how it was easy. Finally, we have ended the learning of reading module with our last question task today. I would suggest you to practice more and more reading passages or a complete reading test every day to become an expert and get a higher band score in your IELTS reading examination. Much awaited lesson of IELTS examination? Yes, it's the speaking module, and today I am going to make you understand about the first section of speaking examination. This is also called as introduction and interview, and it is also called as the speaking part 1. Hi everyone, this is Yesha with IELTSmaterial.com, helping my students to achieve their dreams and get a higher band score in IELTS examination. So without wasting any time, let's start the lesson or the learning of speaking part 1. This is the first part of the speaking test. As I mentioned before, this is also called as introduction and interview. The examiner will ask you a few questions about yourself, that is, the topics would completely depend about you. So you have to answer questions related to your preference. This part of the test may last for 4 to 5 minutes and the examiner will cover somewhere around 4 to 6 questions. And just be aware that the questions are not going to be difficult because it is about yourself. Now let's understand what you would be expecting in introduction and interview. In this section, you are expected to do 3 things. Speak about yourself, your opinion, your likes and dislikes, or express your own thoughts. Give answers in brief, but do not restrict yourself to one-line answers. Try to elaborate the answer with 1 or 2 reasons. Finally, do not use the same words from the question. Paraphrase the question statement and also avoid yes or no answers. Now let me introduce you to a few common topics, and I would suggest you should definitely prepare these topics and the questions related to them. The common topics of speaking part 1 are: number 1, hometown; number 2, work or studies; number 3, accommodation; number 4, friends; number 5, family; number 6, routine; and finally number 7, free time activities. There are a few uncommon topics as well. For example, internet, art, books, pets, or I would say animals, flowers, colors, and many more like these. Now let's take these questions and understand how to elaborate your answers. The first question is, do you have a lot of friends? This is a yes/no answer. And here you can also say no. It is completely okay to say no. Be honest with your answer. Even if you do not have friends, that's completely fine. And if you have, then just elaborate how many friends do you have. The second question is, do you think friendship is important? It is very important to explain your opinion with reasons. That do you think friendship is really important to you or not? So this question is opinion based question, and you have to give your opinion, which is a mandatory part. Try to give 1 or 2 reasons to justify your opinion. The third question is, do you prefer to stay alone or spend time with your friends? Here it is important to explain your preference. Spending time alone or spending time with your friends. What is your preference? So try to explain with an example of how do you spend your time, with friends or alone. The fourth question is, what do you and your friends do together? This question majorly needs an answer where you would be explaining about the activities that you and your friends you do it together. So always try to give the name of the activities that you and your friends do together and like to spend the time together doing these activities. It is very important to learn the way of communication to enhance the band score in your IELTS examination, and this video will certainly help you doing this. Speaking test is nothing but good communication with fluency. Hence, try to get hold of different topics, that is the main topics, questions, and also give answers, that is practice them every day. This will definitely help you in enhancing your fluency. What is the best way to practice cue cards, or how a student should brainstorm the ideas and learn to be a storyteller? You might be thinking of what I am talking about. Let me give you the answer. I am talking about IELTS Speaking Part 2, that is cue cards, and today in this video I am going to explain you 3 things. The number 1, what is Speaking Part 2? Number 2, how to be a storyteller. And finally, number 3, a sample answer that will help you or understand how to speak fluently. So without wasting any time, let's start the lesson today. The second part of the test is called as Speaking Part 2, that is individual long turn. In simple words, it is also called as cue card section. The examiner will give you a task card or a topic card. This topic card will have 4 bullet points. These bullet points are called as cues or hints, which will help you to create a story. This part of the test may last for 2 to 3 minutes. The examiner will give you 1 minute to prepare and 1 to 2 minutes to speak on the topic. The most important thing that you have to keep in mind related to this topic is you have to be a storyteller. What should you do when you get a topic card? First, visualize the topic or the information. Number 2, focus on WH questions like who, when, where, why, and how. The answers to these questions will help you to build a very good story. Number 3, do not forget to use topic-specific vocabulary. And finally, number 4, don't forget to cover all the points, because it is important that you give the answers to all the 4 bulleted points. Now let us take a topic card as our example. Describe a plan you have made for your future that is not related to your studies. You should say what the plan is, when you think you will do it, how it could change your life, and explain why you have made this plan. Now look at the answers or how I have developed each question, that is what the plan is, when you think you will do it, how it could change your life, and explain why you have made this plan. So here the plan is to buy a new guitar. Mine is 10 years old. It's my favorite pastime. There's a model I really like. When you think you will do it. So I'll be doing it next year. I'll have more time and money next year. I need to concentrate on my studies now. I'll be 21 next year, a special birthday. How it could change your life. So it will have more opportunities like joining a band, play better on a new instrument, and also impress my girlfriend. Now let me give you the complete answer. I used to be a backbencher in my school and now in the college as well, but was talented in extracurricular activities where I started to play a guitar. In relation to this, my future plan will be to become a guitarist. I spent almost 4 hours a day in this activity, playing my guitar and composing my own music. The guitar that I own is 10 years old, and hence I'm looking forward to buy a new one, as this is my favorite pastime. There is a model that I really like. I will buy a new guitar on my 21st birthday, which is next year, and this will certainly make my birthday a special one. After my studies, I will have more time to practice, and I may think of taking this as a profession. Currently, the situation is different. I need to concentrate on my studies, and I'm also low financially. Talking about the future, the best opportunity will be that I can join a band or make my own band with other musicians. On the other hand, I can also impress my girlfriend with different genres of music. Jokes apart, the main plan is to be an expert player and an extremely qualified musician. To get a band 8 in your IELTS speaking examination, it is very imperative to focus on fluency. The best way to improvise this skill is talk in front of the mirror or record yourself, listen to your answers and understand your errors and also try to rectify your errors. This will definitely help you in becoming an expert in IELTS speaking section. What is the connection between part 2 and part 3 in IELTS speaking examination? Do you have the answer to this question? I have. Today in this video, I am going to explain you about how part 2 and part 3 of speaking examination are interconnected to each other, and I will also explain you the easy strategy to develop your answers in speaking part 3. Hi everyone, this is Yesha with IELTSmaterial.com, helping my students achieve their dreams and get a higher band score in IELTS examination. So without wasting any time, let's get into the lesson. Let's understand what is this section. The third part of speaking test is called as abstract discussion. The examiner will ask questions related to an abstract topic, and these questions are interconnected with the previous section of the test, that is the cue card section. This part of the test may last for 4 to 5 minutes. The number of questions may vary from 4 to 6. You must ensure that you do not speak about yourself, as this is about general discussion and not a personal discussion. 3 things that you have to keep in mind when you are developing the answers for speaking part 3. Number 1, do not give personal opinion. Try to avoid personal opinion because this is not about yourself and you always have to focus on general opinion. Number 2, give opinionated answers. That is, always try to give some preference related to general but not personal. And finally, number 3, always give examples to the opinion that you're presenting. This will help you to elaborate your answers, also justify your answer and give confidence to the answers.
Thank you for watching it till here. If you want to learn more tips and strategies for IELTS, then check out the description below and book a free demo class today.
Now here is the connection between part 2 and part 3. If you just look at part 2, it is the cue card, which is talking about a story or novel that you have read and you found interesting. There are 4 cues, or I would say bullet points, which you would be developing in your answer. Just look at the part 3 question. It completely depends on stories, books, or what kind of stories do children like. So here are 4 questions which are interconnected with part 2. The first question is, how does technology help people tell stories? The question number 2 is, do you prefer to read e-books or paper books? The question number 3 is, why are mystery novels so popular nowadays? And question number 4 is, what kinds of stories do children like? In this manner, you would see that part 2 and part 3 are always connected. Now let me give you 2 example answers of 2 questions. Look at the way the answers are elaborated. Question number 1. How does technology help people tell stories? Just start the answer with a general statement and then give the reasoning and also give an example. Here is the answer. Technology has pretty much changed people's lives in every aspect. It has allowed people to make stories enhancing their imagination and creativity. 3D dimensional movies is the best example of technology that tells stories about unimaginable things, creating curiosity and interest in the stories. In short, technology has changed the way how people look at things and create stories out of it. Let's take another question. The question is, Do you prefer to read e-books or paper books? This is obviously about myself because it says, do you prefer? And hence I would be taking it on me and giving the answer accordingly. Hence the answer is, I go for both and it depends on the situation. If I am at home, I would love to read books as I'm more comfortable with paper books. On the other hand, if I'm traveling, I would prefer to read e-books and mostly the downloaded ones which can be easily accessible. There are other variations as well which can be enjoyed during traveling, and those are audiobooks. Therefore, according to my convenience, I either prefer e-books or paperback books. If you just look at the answers, I have introduced my answer and then also made sure that I conclude my answer with a conclusion. This is the way that you should try to elaborate your answers in speaking part 3. A quick action plan to look at before summing up. The first thing is, give full answers and take the initiative. Number 2, think about how the topics can be developed so that you are ready to explore the questions and the topics. Number 3, answer each question directly. Do not speak or do not give answers anything unrelated to the examiner's question. Number 4, try to link your ideas so that your speech flows well, making you more fluent. Here is the end of our series with the last session, and now it is your turn to practice many tests and questions with taking different topics. I would suggest you to practice speaking and writing with an expert trainer who would definitely give you a detailed feedback to help you improvise and get a higher band score in your IELTS examination. Stay with us for more IELTS learning and learning different strategies and topics. Do not forget to like, share and subscribe IELTS Material YouTube channel. Keep learning and stay updated with IELTSmaterial.com. Thank you. Bye-bye.